Pecado, quiero começar. É bom? Pecado, quiero começar. É bom? Senhor, tá porque graças a Deus, eu confio
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
And welcome. We open up earlier the Zoom meeting just to check if we can hear okay, if we can see each other. And so we have this half an hour for the preparation, and we'll start at 10:30 in Central European time, okay?
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Okay. Hi, Marco. I just want to check if everything is running smoothly because the internet connection seems to be stable, but from time to time there are some minor fluctuations, or I don't know how how to call them.
Yeah. At the moment, it seems to be okay. Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you very well, so it's fine. We will have just another 5 to 10 minutes for the colleagues to join in. We have a waiting room as a measure, safety measure, just to be sure that the participants are the ones that we want to be here. And,
yeah, sorry.
For the rest of the participants from outside the organization or from outside school, we have an external link and on YouTube, and this will be used just for granting access to the discussions and also to ask questions, because also in the YouTube there is a chat section, and my colleague Miruna will help us with selecting the questions or the reactions from there, and we will share it here with you.
Sorry, should we keep the video on, or do you prefer?
If you don't have a problem with the broadband, so with the internet connection, it is nice to also to have some faces around, so just to be easier to communicate with. But yeah, I understand if it is difficult, at least yeah, to be with us with the sound, and then with the rest. Hi, Kostas. Welcome. Just to unmute the microphone, please. Kostas.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you.
This is the informal section part of the meeting.
Oh, there was an informal part? I didn't know about it.
Yeah, this is just ad hoc.
Okay. So 11:30 is going to be the official opening, correct?
Yeah. We will start in about 5 minutes, and we were just checking.
Great.
And here, okay, if we can see each other, and we kindly ask you if the internet connection is good enough to try to keep the camera open, just to see your reactions and also to have a easier communication.
Correct, but be alert in the event that the transmission is slow, so as to turn off the cameras.
Yes, of course. But yeah, so far so good. In Bucharest, it snowed tonight, so I was a bit afraid for the cables and connections and so on. But we from 1 hour and a half ago, we connect everything and seems to work okay. If not,
I'm in
a second.
the center of Athens, and it has started snowing. Very light snow, but there's some snow in the center of Athens. I don't think it's gonna continue.
It's not very common, but I'm sure it is. The kids are very happy. Hi, Nesse. Good to have you with us.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you and to hear you.
Hi.
I will keep an eye on the waiting room just to be sure that everybody is accepted on time and not put to wait. have everybody in.
Good morning to everybody.
Hi, Antonis.
How are you doing, Cipriano? You're fine?
Yes. Looking forward for an intense day.
Yes.
I try to find a room where I can remove my mask, but I will keep it for just for a few minutes, just in case that my colleagues will come, because we have very strict rules. And we communicate between two rooms by the mobile devices, or we keep our mask on.
Okay, excellent.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Anthony.
Nice to see you all.
Yeah, at least in this format, if not possible others for the moment.
So, yeah, it's a shame. Same everywhere, I think.
We will survive, don't worry about it.
We don't have other alternative.
This is true.
We learn and we move on.
Yes.
That should be the...
I hope we learn.
This is, yes. Nice approach.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 3 more colleagues that just want to join. 2 more minutes and we officially start, and then if there are other colleagues that join in with a bit of delay, no problem, we will admit them easily. So I don't have I will not have live numbers for the participants watching the YouTube channel, but my colleagues will inform me about this, just to know if also the event is followed by our other colleagues. Just 1 second, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello from Coralia. I just read Tim's message, and Tim, I sympathize. Hopefully schools are open at the moment, at least the schools that at my children's age. Hopefully high schools will be open soon as well. I don't know how the rest of the people are, and if they also have childcare and homeschooling and teleworking at the same time, but I definitely sympathize with all of you guys.
Yeah, so dear colleagues, I propose to start the event, and we will admit in the waiting room all the others joining in with a bit late. So welcome to the first big event, big, let's say, we could say international event, our workshop on educational methods in support of science and science education for cities as urban ecosystems. This is an event hosted by Pulcra, a project that started more than a year ago, but only in recent months really started to grow at the grassroots level, meaning with the schools help, And we will have immediately the manager of the project, Professor Konstantinos Kartalis, to say some words, and present some ideas about our project. Before this, I just want you to allow me to present shortly what is our agenda, and also to kindly ask Dr. Gabriela Noveanu, the National Project Manager for Romania, for the partner National Center for Policy and Education assessment, to say a few words as a welcome speech. And also have the pleasure to have one representative of Horizon 2020 program in Romania with us. Nicoleta will soon also say a few words after Professor Kartalis. That will be the introduction section of our event. Also setting the objectives of the event and also the main theme. Then we will have we will start the workshop with the keynote presentations that are very, very interesting. We will have a first presentation of Dr. Roxana Zus on scientific experience in Romania, followed by a presentation of a team coordinated by Professor Karl Schneider on promoting effective inquiry through educational materials. And we will finish the first session, the morning session, with another very interesting presentation of a project implemented in Romania for a few years now on how you can teach science differently with the perspective of one subject that is very important for the science education in Romania, but also in all our countries, physics. Then we'll have 1 hour break, and we will continue with another 3 very interesting presentations. One of Dr. Maria Vicente, project manager of OS Hub network from Leiden University. Then we'll have a presentation of on non-formal and informal learning promoted through summer schools and events on science and technology delivered by Dr. Dragoș Tătaru from National Institute for Earth Science Research Project in Romania. And we will finish with another extremely high-level keynote presentation on promising practice for science education, lesson learned from the GLOBE program, a presentation offered us by Dr. Nectaria Adakioğlu. The final part will be a short wrap-up of conclusions and the next steps, and also it will be a panel of ideas for different follow-up steps with the direct impact on Pulcra and also on other projects of the participants that are involved in. One important thing I want to say is that we want to be really a workshop, so all the presentations are followed by a Q&A session. And we will have a lot of possibilities today to ask questions, so everybody to feel directly involved in the presentation. So in this moment, I hope both our channels, meaning this Zoom meeting and also the YouTube meeting, I hope it will be are fully functional and everybody can follow the presentations and can participate. So this being said, I hurry up in offering the floor to Dr. Gabriela Noveanu for the welcome speech, and followed by Professor Konstantinos Kartalis. Please, Gabriela.
Thank you, Ciprian. Hello to everybody here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the workshop. It is also a privilege to introduce speakers who come from all over the world today and are ready to share their knowledge and experiences and reveal the educational methods horizon. This workshop has been planned since the beginning of our project to be hosted in Bucharest, even under the special condition caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that we face today. Due to the advancement in technology, this meeting is still possible. Back in 2019, the workshop initial planning targeted a rather small number of participants, but here we are today in larger numbers. Today's workshop gathers participants coming from more than 50 schools across Europe. Thus, our current meeting is a genuinely European one in spirit. The wonderful thing about this event is the international perspective our speakers bring to the discussion. The theme of the workshop is devoted to educational methods in support of science and science education for cities as urban ecosystems. We are fortunate to have the support of a great body of experts from across the field who will be sharing their knowledge and experience with all of us. I would like to highlight the major expected outcomes of this workshop with respect to the theme of the workshop. The major one is an overview of the changing science education around the world and the way it can be embedded with the global concepts such as open schooling, inquiry-focused science, hands-on environmental science brought to our attention by Pulchra, Open School Hub Network, Globe, Scientix, and several Romanian projects. We will also be talking about the best practices in science education field with examples coming from different education systems. We are very glad we found a selection of experts involved in all of this, who are prepared to speak to you about the lesson they learned while carrying out the project, and also about the will to look ahead. So I would like to thank our international and national keynote speakers, and also to Pulchra science teams around Europe, our consortium partners, the project officer from EU, and all others who have decided that the event is worth being followed. I sincerely hope that you will enjoy our time of debate and networking today, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Now I hurry up to give the floor to Professor Konstantinos Kartalis, the heart and the mind of our project.
The heart and the mind are the teachers and the students. Well, good morning to everybody. Thank you for being in this event for this project. We were supposed to have this meeting in person back in September. We had to postpone it once because we were optimistic that the COVID would be over. Obviously, we were more optimistic than we should be. So we had to postpone it again in December and finally organize it in a virtual manner as it is today. Anyway, it's going to be still a very interesting event, taking that Pulchra, the project that we are partners, tries at the same time to combine open schooling, the study of cities as urban ecosystems, the use of information technology, and the involvement of a number of stakeholders. And this has to be done with the use of new educational methods or old methods which can be modified so as to gain the best available result. And at the same time, we had to cope with COVID-19 in the first part of the project, which is the organizational phase, and we had to develop some kind of, let's say, contingency planning in order to secure the project and secure the wealth of the information to be provided to the students. So saying this, I believe that this workshop today is going to bring a lot of knowledge to all of us to be communicated to our schools and to the teachers and to the students, and help us shape the project for the rest of the 2 years that is available, the period that is available. Finally, and to conclude, I would like to say that the project has raised already attention from other projects in Europe, and we are trying to develop a network in Europe on open schooling with the participation of Pulchra. So Pulchra can provide a lot of knowledge to the other projects and also to the educational community in Europe with respect to open schooling, which is concentrated at the school level, of course, and deals with the cities as urban ecosystems. So we have a challenge in front of us, and we are waiting with a lot of anxiety, let's say, the presentations by the speakers to see what we can do more in the project. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give back the floor to Cyprian.
Thank you very much. Now, with the help of Dr. Noveanu and Dr. Kartalis, we have an overview of what we expected and also of how we approach this event. It's a hands-on experience, so this is why it's an workshop, not a very theoretic conference, because we have here the great variety of participants coming from the academic, but also from the school world. And I think we will touch exactly this bridge that is so important in teaching sciences and in promoting those educational methods that matters most for our students. We will conclude the first, let's say, welcome and introduction part, how we call it in our agenda, with Elena Simion, who is an international project expert of the a structure that is called FISC CDI in Romania. She is the delegate to the funding agency working group inside the GPI Urban Europe, and also a manager for Romania of the transnational competitions run under GPP Smart Energy System. These are two very important networks of research and innovation funders across Europe, and we are very happy to have Elena with us for a few welcome words. Please, Elena.
Thank you, Cyprian. I'm not that much of a public speaker, but I'm glad to be here today. So on behalf of the Executive Agency for Higher Education, Research, Development and Innovation Funding in Romania, in short, UEFISCDI, as Cyprian said earlier, we are really glad to be here and thank you again for the invitation. We want to congratulate the consortium after reading the presentation of your project, because involving students and communities and experts to really explore cities as urban ecosystems goes very much close to what we do in JPI Urban Europe. So for you to have a better understanding, JPI Urban Europe is a joint programming initiative in long version that brings together funders across Europe and beyond to fund together competitions for cause for research and innovation projects dealing with urban transformation capacities, urban sustainable development. So subjects that are close to you here. And beyond funding actually research and innovation projects, this network also goes to involving communities and urban stakeholders, and of course, for the benefit of the broader society. So since I found out that you are here, 12 partners from 10 EU countries, I'd like to share with you the future call dealing with urban transformation capacities that will open this Friday, and I will share the link in the chat so that if some of you would like to have a look and have some questions, go back to us for further questions. With this, I think I can say good luck, keep us close to your project, and of course, thank you again for your invitation here, and have a good workshop. So thank you.
Thank you, Elena. In this moment, we are just now beginning to work on results, but we will be more than happy to keep you posted and to share these results with throughout all our communication channels. And again, thank you very much for being with us and for keeping an eye on our project and on our results. Thank you very much. We move now on the next point in the agenda, that is the first presentation. It's a Romanian perspective on scientics, but it's not only scientics, it's scientics and beyond. And I hurry up to invite Dr. Roxana Zus. She will be making a team with Dr. Bogdan Popovici to have the presentation, and I will try to collect all the inputs and all the questions for you. So immediately after the presentation to have also the Q&A session. Dr. Roxana, please.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone, depending on the time zone. Thank you very much for the kind invitation for making me part of the project and of the event indirectly. Well, just to excuse our colleague Bogdan Popovici, unfortunately, he's away. He had the meeting, this trip planned for already 1 month, so he cannot join us, but I will be happy to speak in the name of both of us. And just to let you know that behind as being scientists, Romania, in fact, it's a larger number of authors. And just to connect, because as already it was announced, Dragoș Tătaru, our colleague from the National Institute for Earth Physics, he's also here and somehow and not somehow, but really part of our scientists community in Romania. So just giving you the highlight that in fact it's a larger team and we are many authors. I will try to share the screen and give you a quick overview on our experiences, our national experiences, but as I said, not only, just hopefully now you are seeing the full screen. So just a quick confirmation. Thank you very much that it's a full screen. So going also beyond our experience and highlighting some of the methods from promoting science learning we are having nationwide. As announced, I just will point out some of our main activities. Probably some of you know Scientix had many phases. We have joined many projects, in fact, continuing from the first initiative of the European SchoolNet, and then Scientix 2, which was at that point an FP7 type of project, and now moving to the Horizon 2020 Scientix 3, and further just starting Scientix 4. So I will highlight some of our main activities, but then maybe half of the presentation will also focus on what happened beyond Scientix, connected to Scientix within our community, in the hope of really enlarging the collaboration at national level. Then I'm not sure how many of the audience are familiar with the Scientix. I will just quickly overview some of the main points of the initiative, that it's run under the European SchoolNet, but it's now European-wide, really extended with, and it's of course addressing mainly to STEM teacher, but not only, because it's bringing together, along with the teachers, the education researchers, policymaker, many project managers, and other STEM educational professionals. We have joined Scientix in 2015 as national contact point for Romania. I mean University of Bucharest. And Since then, we have applied for the next stages of these huge initiatives within Europe, and we remain as the national contact point. Along with us, let's say in a parallel track of European SchoolNet, there are the ambassadors, the teachers. Now the number is enlarged to 47, and I said, of course, we are together as a team. Just contract-wise, things develop, let's say, in parallel, because the ambassadors are selected all over Europe directly by the European SchoolNet as a project coordinator. I will tell you why it's not really so, because of the community that really enlarged since we became a national point. If at the beginning we had just 3 ambassadors, after the next phases of the projects and many collaboration, we had the number of teachers that are ambassadors increased to 50, almost to 50, and it has slight variations. An advantage, and that's why I put it here, the faculties that were involved from University of Bucharest was that from the very beginning, we were 2, the faculty of physics, but also connected with our educational science colleagues that helped us really approach both. So not only the scientific part, but also the methodological support within our actions. Just to highlight that any teacher, European and not only, can join Scientix via their portal, where, let's say, the main resource and the most important resource is their repository with many outcomes from projects, public funded. That's really the initiative. So how it started was to put together all the products of public funded projects that are spread and sometimes, unfortunately, not used as they should be, not even nation-wide, not to speak European-wide, even there are many money invested. So this was the idea, and to do this repository that increased tremendously in the years of Scientix. There was also a translation upon request program at the beginning, more languages, but then depending on funding. But anyway, at least you can find many of the resources in national languages and also in the most spoken 8 languages within Europe, Romanian being one of them. Then, of course, there are many other events, national and European workshops where teachers can join, online trainings, webinars, but also through the connection and the portal that Scientix offer, persons can get involved in European STEM projects. To move to our experience, so what Scientix meant in Romania, we started with a few, let's say, I would say few, but in fact the tasks were here. First, the repository of STEM projects, looking through our Romanian projects or our international projects. Then there was, of course, to encourage the collaboration between projects, to organize workshop on webinars. Sometimes Scientix had, let's say, target topic, like in 2015 was inquiry-based learning, but also, of course, we could have extended it depending on our interest national-wide. And the focus point of our initiatives was really the series of Romanian national conferences, Community for Science Education. And therefore, I want to focus a bit on what they meant, as they were a result of our Scientix activities within Romania, but also they had a great impact over our future development as a community for science education. The event started in 2015 within our first year as national contact point, and then we managed to make it an steady event, taking place each second year, and now being able really to show you how the event increased and what impact it has. The idea was really to bring together nationwide, but not only. I gave you here, for example, a glimpse of the 2007 subscriptions. So to bring together mainly STEM teachers, they were the focus point of each conference, but then we have extended it with counseling teachers in the 2019. And then as dialogue and collaboration should be, we brought together education researchers and professionals, academics, scientific researchers, policymakers, NGOs, companies. So really to try to increase our spectrum and create the idea of community. Just to show you how things developed, if in 2015 we started with two main partners, University of Bucharest and Horia Hulubei National Institute for Nuclear and Engineering Research. So really from two partners collaborating with some project, we increased. Now many other national institutes are part of our community. Then many projects, we brought together the professional society as Romanian Physical Society, the mathematics one, chemistry and geography, but also many national and international projects. The focus point of the conference from the very beginning, from our first edition, was sharing good practices. Therefore, instead of keeping the classical format with presentations, even it would have been on projects, we thought that besides the keynote speakers, to focus on hands-on and interactive workshops. So they became the highlight, and we thought that this will really help the teachers on the long run. Of course, as I said, the idea of creating the community involves dialogue between different categories interested in STEM education, but also promoting research and really substantiate, bring something significant to the educational policies in the field. We have extended it with roundtables and panel experts facilitating this dialogue between teachers and policy makers and other decisional actors. As the tendency is to give you and more information, but I realize that I will not be able to really comply with the time limit. Just quickly, I want to let you know that, as I said, important for us was that the teacher will go home with something, will learn something from the projects that we have found, from the projects that created resources for the different categories. So we really focused our workshops for a dedicated primary school teacher, lower or upper secondary STEM teacher, but also, as I said, counseling teacher. And some workshops could have been taken place together, but otherwise we really wanted to give them ready to use materials. So we invited academics, researchers, and here I mean also scientific researchers, other teachers, because the community grew. So really due to our conferences, the number of ambassadors in Scientix grew. So I think 3/4 of the nowadays ambassadors in Scientix were participants at our first edition of the national conference. And that's really how the community was formed. And it was, the workshops had the largest impact at the beginning, from the very beginning in our national conferences, but also allowed us to know and share many ongoing projects. I was trying to give you a glimpse on these projects. They were coming, as I said, from national or international experiences of Romanian teachers, academics, researchers within STEM topics, but not only because we put it we had always educational sciences aside, so we could have we could offer also workshops focused more, let's say, on the methodology and pedagogy side. Then just to move further on how Scientix 4 will go on. As I said, it was just launched. It's a brand new information. So besides the usual activities continuing, we plan to have a national conference as well this year. But also the new highlight that Scientix 4 will bring is the STEM school label, which aims that based on some key elements and criteria like instruction, professionalization of staff, connections, assessment, school leadership and culture, school infrastructure, curriculum implementation, to allow the school to get a STEM school label from competent, proficient to expert. And that's really what's coming now new once they have developed all the tools from the SchoolNet, from the European SchoolNet initiatives. Going further, what meant Scientix for us as a community? Well, it brought us new STEM projects, new STEM national and local events, new partnership, and we have extended collaborations and were able really to increase the impact we have within the education, hopefully, because I'm not speaking of myself, but of many, many colleagues and collaborators. Just to shortly stop to one of the projects, I choose it both due to sentimental reasons, but also due to the impact it had on the long run. It was our first project application after we have joined Scientix as a national contact point. And with the partners from Poland and France, we really wanted to increase, to give input to increase the interest of pupils in science. And here, the main work was to scientists that moved towards education, and they proposed educational packages in the national language and in English. The packages were really developed, piloted and disseminated, and now they are publicly available and covering a variety of topics from glacier, earthquakes, geomagnetism, meteorology, UV radiation. And from the very beginning, they were meant to be used independently by teachers and pupils. We have tested them through webinars, and now everyone is speaking about the difficulty of teaching online. You should ask my colleagues how it was for us. They were, so I'm coming from the academic, but the others were coming, were coming from research, as Dragos might tell you later on, how it was really to teach. You were not so much, they were not used to teach as they were coming from scientific research. They had to teach, but they had to teach online. So they give webinars. It was really a challenge for them, but it helped. We moved forward. We were therefore able to pilot the educational packages in all countries taking part in the projects, and hopefully now you can find some resources that might be of some interest. Just again to give you an idea on what the packages developed by University of Bucharest and fellow researchers we have collaborated tackle in, and yeah, they go from high, let's say, challenging topics, elemental, so subnuclear physics, to digital maps and geographical coordinates. And each package that's available to be downloaded really gives, has a methodological support. It gives you an overview on what it contains, to what level it's addressed. We even connected in Romania with topics from our national curricula on different, also going transdisciplinary from physics to math, geography, and informatics, for example, as the package I was just putting a focus on. Then you have multimedia presentation along, worksheets ready to be used by pupils, but also some short forms of assessment. Yeah, this package, for example, it's helping the pupils to investigate how waves are formed due to wind And as said, for example, these packages are valid in Romanian and English, and they have some observation charts. They have to observe how the wind direction is, what's the speed, predict on if there will be waves on the shoreline or not, of what high or on the sea, and see if their prediction come true. We choose an example with the Black Sea coast because we are from the Black Sea coast, but it can be implemented wherever you find the sea. Just to move further, or what it meant in terms of events. Okay, we have a particular fortunate geographical connection between Faculty of Physics, University of Bucharest, that's not really in Bucharest, but it's located in Măgurele, aside Bucharest, together with a large number of national institutes for scientific research in physics, as maybe the most well-known are the Extreme Light Infrastructure, but in fact is the National Institute of Nuclear Physics, Nuclear Engineering Physics, and then there is also the National Institute for Earth Physics, where Dragos is coming from, and you will have the chance also to interact with him as well and with the experience. But it was the idea that this special geographical conjuncture helped us to put together visits and activities to school within University of Bucharest and the research institutes, to organize more STEM education fairs and to coordinate. And really it started from scientists that help us realize together that we have, there are many institutes with different activities within STEM education, and then to develop new events as the summer schools for pupils and teachers. One ongoing event that's bringing together now Research Institute, University of Bucharest, but many other partners is, I let it in Romanian, Școala Altfel, sort of another kind of school that organizes, even before the pandemics, ongoing webinars on STEM research projects for lower and upper secondary school pupils, and whenever possible visits and activities for schools. These activities are going each year along the whole year. Then there was another one where you can have a glimpse on really a repository of webinars we had. This was the European Researchers' Night, and within Măgurele, Bucharest Măgurele, we have really the overview on almost 100 activities that went on, and they will continue. What I want to emphasize that both the activities on the, let's say, another kind of school and this webinar started from the idea in ERIS, the project that I have presented you before with the educational projects. So taking scientific research directly to the use of pupils and teachers, and they are organized like this. That's why I told you that the project was important also for our future activities. Then just to quickly finish, as the time probably has already run up, I want to open, to give you also a link to a larger presentation that Dragos will do on the Măgurele Summer School of Science and Technology, which has in fact 3 correlated educational programs. There are already 3 editions finished by now. One for upper secondary school pupils, but also 2 on STEM teachers and counseling teachers. And it's taking place each summer, let's say, centered in Măgurele, but in fact within the collaboration with many research labs also within Bucharest. And now about also the edition that took place online, Dragos will tell you much more info on on his presentation. To move to the future events, as I said, the Școala Altfel, so the another kind of school, is an ongoing event where pupils and teachers can permanently subscribe. We will have an edition of the Măgurele Summer School of Science and Technology, both for pupils and teachers. We plan our Romanian National Conference, Community for Science Education, and hopefully we'll have also an international component this year, and many more workshops and webinars will come. thank you very much for letting me give you this rush overview on some of our experiences in Scientix and beyond. I want to tell you that, in fact, the real author of this presentation is an extremely large team. I put it to the core with whom we started Scientix and the national conferences, but there are many, many colleagues involved in our activities. So thank you very much for allowing me to be part of the event and show you some of what we have experienced.
We thank you, Roxana, and there are a lot of resources and interesting initiatives for the teachers themselves, for the schools. So my first question to you, before everybody else, I take my facilitator role in serious, and I will kindly ask you if it's possible to share with us the presentation after the event, or at least the highlights where our participants could directly explore some of the resources that you show us, especially the ones that are, let's say, easily to access and to be used by primary, lower secondary, and upper secondary teachers, science teachers. So it's a promise.
Yes, of course. Yeah, it's a promise. We will definitely do this, because that's the idea behind that. The people will really use them, and that's why they are available for free for the use. So we'll be very happy to share with you what we have gathered, and we'll be very happy to receive back, just to let you know, both from maybe the collaborators, but also from the teachers that are hearing us, other initiatives that are worth taking into account, and either put it directly through the Scientix repository, as it's meant to, because it's great to have a place where to search for all of them, but also to be able to share them. And as I said, at the national conferences, we are looking through a lot of projects and initiatives and trying to share them with the teachers. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. And actually, there are, let's say, communities around these initiatives. And I think it's a very good moment to put together this and cross fertilize these communities, because there are a lot, as we saw in your presentation, there are a lot of common objectives and approaches. I will now open the floor for the participants in our Zoom session, and also I have 2 or 3 reactions from the outside participants. But first I want to invite and to ask if those that are with us today in the Zoom are willing to react or to ask some clarifying questions. Please.
Hello, good morning. May I? Sorry. Hello, good morning.
Sure, Maria. Thank you.
I'm from the Open Science Hub project. Good morning, Roxana. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. I would like to ask if you could expand a bit on the STEM school label, which I found a very, very interesting and relevant initiative of trying to make these STEM approaches more systemic and more systematic, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. As I said, it's really the new initiative, so it's going just to be launched. It's going to be prepared at the kickoff meeting of Scientix. I wanted to point, maybe, I don't know if it's really helpful, but point you a bit to the website. So as we are just starting to work on this, it was a project developed from 2017, 2020 within the European SchoolNet, but not only. And what I'm trying to, maybe I can quickly share screen. And there is also a prepared presentation, not very long, with 7 slides on to explain how schools could join. Can you see the webpage?
Yes.
I'm not sure if
yes.
how clear it is, but really that was the aim of the project that finished, and now it's going to be applied Europe-wide. Yes, it was to really use now the criteria developed to allow the community of STEM schools to be identified as one of the promoters of STEM education within Europe. I'm not sure how much is really answering your questions. There are steps ready now to be applied on where the schools can give their can already subscribe. And what are the criteria? I pointed the link on my presentation. I can go back there, but schools can apply. They have the set of criteria. There is a booklet with criteria that the schools should comply. The application is quite strict. You have also some timeline also to readjust your application and maybe comply to some of the criteria that you don't fulfill yet in order to set the label. So not sure if you have, yeah, Maria, sorry.
Very much, yes, thank you so much.
So Roxana, this is a sort of selfie, but in the science field for the schools. It's
yes,
like
maybe
for digital.
Yes, yeah, and not only. So hopefully the schools will feel encouraged to comply these criteria and really increase their efforts in STEM education. So hopefully it will have on the long run some. I'm not part of the project. So as a scientist, national point we have to promote it, but the initiative belongs to the European School Land, which are also the scientists coordinators.
Excellent. Let's take now a question that was, sorry, if there are other reactions, please.
Yes, can I continue the question of Maria?
Yes, please.
Yes, to ask, thank you, Roxana, for the interesting presentation, very helpful. To go a step further to what Maria has asked, do you think that a project with the characteristics of Pulchra, that is using science for studying the urban environment, is something that can be labeled with the same label, or does it have to be itself?
Yes, hopefully, yes. I think that really, because if we will look through, maybe I will go back to the criterias, but really what the project is doing is helping the schools fulfill these criterias. I just want to, there is also some part of the internet connection that it's not going well, but to go back maybe just to the slide. Okay, I think we will see that. Let's make it a bit larger because I'm not sure how much it's complying. But as you see, at least in part of the strategy, the key elements also are tackled in by Pulchra. Yes, there is first on the instruction point, but also on school leadership and culture. So I'm looking here at the criteria and just pointing out many of the aims you have within Pulchra. Yes, on school it's tackling also curriculum implementation, if you want, in some sort of form. So obviously you can use so the idea, maybe it was behind, I'm not sure, but maybe we can use also STEM school label as an incentive for schools to join the project. I don't know if the question was in this direction, but this just came into my mind.
Yes, exactly. And Roxana, it is very clear in the chart that there are some areas where Pulchra actually work together with schools for improving that. And the first one on methods, it's a very good illustration of how Pulchra can contribute to increasing the capacity of a school to receive such a label. Of course, just a symbolic recognition of the interest and the existing competencies within it, not something to show off.
hopefully to show off, because we have to encourage this sort of recognition, and the school should also feel that they receive and they are recognized at international level for the efforts they are doing in STEM education. So
okay.
Yes. And as you know, Scientix should promote, and again, it's promoting publicly funding projects. That's really great to connect new initiatives within existing projects.
Now, because we have the teacher with us, and we promised to also to make the presentation as much as possible relevant for them. Based on your direct experience, now you have some years now with working directly with teachers. In your opinion, what are the most common, not effective education methods and practices and experience that are still to be found in the classrooms, and how Scientix contribute to raising awareness on going beyond this, making these practices more effective?
Oh, that's really a hard question. It's challenging, hard question, requiring a long run answer. But so as I said, for example, we had as thematic for the year 2015 inquiry-based learning, but was already in the focus of the Europe at that beginning. So Scientix example tackled one, but not to go back to schools, I think things are changing. So we all remember this idea of the teacher that, just to quote from our fellow teachers and friends, the teacher going, turning the back to the pupils and starting to write on the blackboard and then just questioning and so on. Things are going like this. Unfortunately, I think the webinars are helping a lot this method, because the teachers continue to, yes.
It's hard to turn the back in front of the camera.
They don't turn the back, but they really continue to go through the lessons and not interacting so much with the pupils. So this continues to be unfortunately a practice that it's going on. Of course, moving through the idea of the teachers that they do not have time to prepare additional materials, which is of course true, because they are teachers really willing, especially in STEM topics, to do experiments and so on. And you hear this very often, that they do not have time. You hear very often that they are sometimes put it up in front by parents who unfortunately believe sometimes that they know better how to educate than the teachers. So I don't want to bring up things that are really well known within the community, and then anyone doing projects on STEM and working with teacher will face, but they are really bringing up, and that parents are always complaining that the pupils do not have enough problem solving their notebooks and so on. That's really the case of physics, but not only of mathematics and so on. So going beyond, you really have to fight the whole community. But such events that are projects that are open also to the public, because you have to educate also the public and you had to educate the parents, really change. I'm really happy to see that along the teachers that take ready to use materials, that's why we went with the workshops targeted like this, so they don't have to do an extra work. The workload is really a lot now with the webinars, even more, but to be able to join even with a class to such a webinar, to such a scientific project, to a scientific researcher that's willing to take from his time to research, but to do education and give them assignments, had really an impact. As I said, the community was growing. The number of teachers taking part in our webinars increased. So on the long run, it has effects, and it had effects on the pupils. It became finally, and on the parents, it became finally fashionable to be interested in STEM. Parents like events connected with STEM, and they like to push their pupils towards such events. Maybe Dragos will let you know the pressure we have from pupils, teachers, and also to parents to have their pupils admitted to our summer schools, because they are interested. We really have a huge number of applicants, and it's very hard to select from them. So I think things are changing. Okay.
Yeah.
As I'm telling you, I would have to take many folds in order to answer your question. So.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to highlight what you also said, and that was also for Pulchra from the beginning a huge area of reflection. is how to embed in the daily teaching activities ideas and strategies and tools that are promoted that start as an extracurricular activity. There is something different. There is serious, or the school is something that is very much linked with learning outcomes, with curriculum, official curriculum, and so on. And here it's totally different. But actually, these two words should match.
What we did also, for example, in ERIS, the project I was telling with the exploitation of research results, we really spent time on finding and matching the teams within the curricula, because the teachers needed to have justification while the pupils are connected to the webinar during their physics, geography, or whatever lessons. So we made also an effort to connect our research teams and also in the coming project with curricula topics. And that's helpful, as I said, it's helpful for the teachers to and not to always look to it as an extracurricular activity, but also something that can be embedded in your daily class, as you said.
So from your point of view, the competencies that are in the curriculum in the area of science could be very easily served or
It's not easily. We spend some effort. Yes, I don't. There's another topic regarding the competencies as they appear in the curricula. But we spend some effort, and we are doing efforts in linking them. And sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not so easy. As I said, the community is open. So what I see is teachers that are more and more willing to connect and go outside this their usual class activity. So that's also some of our experience through the numbers of people registering to our events and participating to the events. So I think things are changing.
Yeah,
slowly by changing,
but steadily.
yes, hopefully, yes.
Roxana, thank you very much. I think we should take on as a starting point for the next presentation your message for Pulchra that is very, very important concerning the importance of promoting methods that are really connecting with the students and with their questions and their previous knowledge and with their interests, because actually coming back to the previous question, a lot it's happening not very effective, because in the science classes we receive answers from the teachers, namely theories and sometimes very sophisticated answers, before we discuss the questions. So before we understand why it is important for me to understand such or such phenomenon, we receive a lot of detailed accounts on theories on that phenomenon, and I think this is a not very effective way. And this is why in the last years, inquiry-based methods, also methods based on problem solving, on hands-on experience, became so much popular and so promoted within the teachers. And of course, a curriculum based on competencies help this process. Because after all, what is a competence if not a knowledge that is put on work, and also a knowledge that during this process leads also to some formative attitudes and keep our students constantly curious and open to the world outside them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roxana. And I hope if time is allowing you to be with us today, or if not, to at least to from in the milestones of our project to reconnect with you, and also to share information about events that we host or you host, your network hosts. If there will be an international or the next big event, if there will be an international workshop, please let us know, because I'm sure we will have also interested participants from Pulchra network. And I think scientists managed to create these links not only between different subjects, so let's say to bring together different scientific subjects, but also to link teachers from different countries. And that is hugely important to be in contact with other approaches or with other experiences, and you learn a lot from these communities.
Yeah, thank you one more time for your kind invitation. Yes, of course, we will keep in touch because Pulchra is part of the scientific community. So yes, we have to keep in touch, and also we'll be very happy to share your upcoming results and experience within our events and the community of. And in fact, it's the same community we are addressing. Yes, we are part of the same community.
Great, thank you very much. Now we are preparing for the next presentation. Professor Schneider will be with us soon. So before moving to the exploration of systematic exploring the effective inquiry through education materials, I will kindly ask you if you have any other feedback until now on the meeting. Do you think the format is fine with you, and can you follow easily the presentations? The technical conditions are fine with you?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. So the next presentation that we will have, actually, it's bringing before us one very important aspect. We started to take into consideration existing recent methods, and we review them. The Romanian team with the help of all the partners, and the team of Professor Schneider is now taking a step further, embedding these ideas in a full-fledged inquiry-based and learning approach overall, trying to facilitate the participation through an open schooling concept. So far, we discussed a lot about educational methods, not much about open schooling concept, but we had an excellent illustration in the Roxana's presentation on how much the schools gain, how much the schools develop when they open up towards the community, and relevant actors are contributing to overall what is learning inside of a school. Pulchra mission, as you know, is to build participatory urban learning community hubs through research and activation. And actually, without the active involvement of specialists, of researchers, of practitioners outside the schools, we couldn't succeed. So the presentation of Dr. Schneider will provide an overview, clear overview on how Pulchra educational materials are developed and are expected to be used by the schools. At an example of investigating the urban climate and also analyzing possible pathways to mitigation of climate change effects. So from this point of view, we will see the inquiry-based learning approaches at work. So how exactly we embedded this within Pulchra, methods to investigate, so examples of methods to investigate such topics as urban climate and to establish the initiatives of the schools in our cities. pathways to facilitate the participation of different stakeholders within this process. So if Dr. Schneider managed to join us, I will invite him or his team to take the floor at this moment. If not, we can wait for a few minutes. Okay. Now Professor Schneider will join. We hope he will also hear us. Professor Schneider, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and now you can hear me also because I switched on the microphone.
Great.
All right. Good.
Okay.
Sorry to miss the first part, but I had to provide a lecture which was regularly scheduled on this time, and I just jumped out of this one and make a quick flight to this Romanian.
Professor Schneider, we can report to you that we keep to the agenda, so everybody is on time. So we are waiting for your presentation, and thank you very, very much for making this huge effort to be at the same time in.
Oh no! Well, it worked out. It worked out. This is one advantage of COVID. There are very few that we are quick in moving from one place to the other, virtually.
Yeah, the advantages. Okay, thank you very much, and
all right,
the floor is yours.
Okay, I would like to invite you to use this link which I provided in the chat here. If you use that link, because what I want to do here is not only to provide a let's say content and information, but also to react to this situation that we need to move quicker towards a distant learning approach, to include our community of students at school, of practitioners, participants of all kind, to participate in Pulcra, although we need to keep our distance at this time. And this is why I decided to present here using the Nearpod software. Please give me a thumbs up if you see if you have access to this link. If you see the promotion effective inquiry through educational material. I see some thumbs up, but not all, because I will sort of guide you through this, and I will actually steer that presentation from here. And this will not only be a presentation in the sense that I talk and you see the slides. Actually, I make my life easier today, and eventually I will stop talking from here, but have the pre-recorded session. The advantage is later on that the same thing can be done by every participant, if he is here or not at this time, in a self-guided tour with the activities in that self-guided tour. So you can hand this then later on with a different link that I provided as a student-based approach, and have the students, your participants, your teachers, your whoever it is, go through these slides and listen to the pre-recorded information and be active in these few activities which I had put in, so it's not just a presentation. Okay, let's start. So this guide, I want to provide now the audio for all devices, and I hope this works. This is a first for me. I have not done this yet, only the student-based thing. So the content of this is given here, and now I stop talking, and please give me a thumbs up if you hear the audio later on. No, you can't hear this. Okay, this is always, if you don't test this, you will be able to hear this if this is in the setting of a student-based mode. Let's see, maybe yeah.
Just to say, we can click on the Nearpod and play ourselves, and then we'll hear it.
Okay. All right. If that works for you, perfect. Then I have not tried it yet. Then please click on the Nearpod on the audio and hear it. I'll do the same. Then I know where you are, so that I can advance, and I might add a few words to that Nearpod then. So go on with this slide and listen to what I have said there. All right, I think you get the idea of this Nearpod. I will, in the following slides, not use a pre-recorded, but do this here with you interactively in order to make it a little bit more lively, this presentation, and also react directly to you here. So the PULSRA scheme, you know that already, is building participatory urban learning community hubs through research and activation. So we need to look, or we want to look, at cities as urban ecosystems and facilitate that our stakeholders, our citizens in the city, mitigated through schools, become an active member to work as agents of societal innovation and transformation. And particularly schools are useful for that, because they shape, and the students in school shape, our future. And they should be able to use, based on scientific methods, approaches which are promising to shape our future. So we want schools not only to be, let's say, in the word of saying, members of that society, but they are active in the society. They are influential on the society, using open schools. The open schooling approach, therefore, invites participation also from outside of the school. And it addresses societal important issues, which we call city challenges. I think you have heard about this already. I was not in the first presentation, so I would assume that PULSRA is already framed in the previous presentations. So we want to use inquiry-based learning techniques to teach the method of science, of providing evidence-based information, and learning, particularly also with head, heart, and hands, is important to not only have this cognitive advantage, but also to move that cognition into practice. And that requires also emotion and also application. So here are the themes, probably hard to see, but you understand the icons. The city challenges are oriented towards the sustainable development goals. Of course, a very big overarching theme, which is not very easy to understand for students in schools and must not always relate one-to-one to issues that are subject in schools, but there are these connections, and we need to exploit these connections and particularly relate this to the own living environment, because once you know things are important to yourself, you are more motivated to participate in those. So these themes are then transferred to the school, and schools need to identify the city challenges. They need to understand, develop, contribute to suitable materials in terms of that we provide materials, but this is not exhaustive. We provide ideas. We understand also these materials as an open book where everybody can add to it with new ideas, with good practice approaches. The format of implementing Pulchra in school can be very different from regular classes. I was actually surprised in Germany that many schools look particularly at this of integrating Pulchra schemes into regular classes. And I think this is extremely promising, because this actually will be sort of like a new line into the regular class and not a one-time event. Project weeks, of course, are very good format, because they focus on then one issue. Excursions are another one. Excursions lend themselves very well to also include a broader audience like the general public, work groups, and so forth. The schedule needs to be defined by the schools. And of course, we know we are in times of COVID-19, and it's getting increasingly difficult to meet the first priority of schools of their first objective, and then to add into this additional objectives such as innovation, such as Pulchra. This is also why I chose this Nearpod, because it allows us to also address students which work at home, to provide information to them while we as teachers are not at their side, and maybe give incentives for activities towards that end. Eventually the results of this work with Pulchra should be documented and published. This can be school events, newspapers, newspaper articles, science reports, and so forth. The implementation then typically in school starts with a discussion. Pulchra people with the school with the students, and then a decision on the class, on the group, of what do we actually want to do? What are we interested in? And yeah, let's continue that. I'm not chatting too much. City challenges are tied to competence areas and core curricula. Schools therefore should identify these links and how Pulchra fits into the teaching schedule. This here is an example of different fields, science fields and electives, either as a mandatory field or an elective, and how city challenges here, for instance, from wastewater disposal to resource efficiency, fits to an item that is in the core curriculum. And making that link then makes Pulchra synergistically included into the regular lessons. Here, for instance, utility metals and recycling is an issue in the competence field 6. This translation, this transformation, obviously is very specific to the different school levels, to the different schools, to the different countries. But I think it is very helpful to make that link. And the translation then of the city challenges to a concrete theme is done again by the participating schools. So we do not prescribe this. You need to do that. That would never work, at least here in Germany. But we need to invite and develop that creativity, and that works actually quite well. So this translation is done against the backdrop of the curricula, and the suitable teaching formats and student interests are identified with our help. There are these, let's say, look-up tables of the subordinate theme of the Sustainable Development Goals and the concrete themes. All right. Now, the Pulcra educational material supports the implementation because it is set up, these materials, which I will show you later on, it's set up in a modular form. So it facilitates use in different contexts and disciplines and learning approaches. It addresses different levels of difficulty, so we can include different clientele, different classes. It provides relationships to city challenges, and there are these indicators always at the top of the page of each activity in the document, which indicate exactly this. So the city challenges here with the numbers, or the method, didactical method or general method. Right now, everything is in English. We are translating. Now the participants are translating this to the national languages, and every activity has an indicator, so it's easy to reference those. In terms of content, we have different resource parts, from planning to concepts to the resources which we can copy and paste, use then in a classroom as a teaching aid, activities, experiment guides, or evaluation, addressing different aspects of this learning experience, and also different disciplines. For instance, these experiments can be built in a different class, for instance, engineering classes or whatever you might have, art, handcraft work, which you might have, and then use that experiment which you have built in one class in, let's say, a science class. So the cross-disciplinary interaction is facilitated, or should be facilitated, with these materials. Here is now a link to the Pulcra material. So when you go through that by yourself, you will see here the link to the Pulcra material. These are the Pulcra materials. I hope you can see this now when I switch back and forth. Was that visible? Do you see the Pulcra material? Yes, good. I continue, so that just provides the link to, once you listen to that Nearpod presentation on your own, that you're not lost and say, well, where are the materials that this guy is actually talking about? Okay, back to the Pulcra Nearpod presentation. Pulcra materials support a sustainable learning environment, linking school activities to the city, and facilitating collaboration to open schooling approach. This is our preferred example, these learning exploring activity path, because they can be implemented right at the school as a concept for the students to tell their stories, develop these paths which are visible to the school audience. But they can equally be part of a city path that expands that idea to the whole city, inviting parents, inviting citizens. So a challenge, for instance, might be to say, Cyprian, you just shared your screen. Okay, thank you. A challenge, for instance, might be to address the issue, how can we actually better cope with summer heat waves? I need to minimize my screen here. Sorry, I can't see you anymore because I have this. Yeah, no. And against this challenge, how can we better cope with summer heat waves? We motivate because we are affected by the summer heat waves. We plan and organize experiments, observe, analyze, report, and translate. That can be done with this approach of these city leaps, and I'll show you how. For instance, motivating. Motivating can be done through this website here. If on the next slide we have a little activity which you can do. This website provides information on the surface temperature, and we see here on June 26, 2019, it was pretty hot in Cologne. Actually, temperatures up to 43 degrees surface temperature, which is huge. In Cologne, the air temperature was about 23 degrees. These heat waves come more frequently. And you see here this indicator, which is given in the Pulcra materials. And that indicator hints towards this website. Here is the activity. If I click on it, now you can click on this site. If you do this, you should end with the Worldview Earth data. If you link to that, it depends a little bit on the speed. That's actually a good idea. Cyprian, thank you for sharing your screen. Now I see what Cyprian is actually doing on his screen as well. Did this actually work, that you have access to this website? And now you should be able, if that works for you, you should be able, also as a student at home, to investigate your neighborhood in terms of temperature on this day. Of course, you can switch the data set and change. This is just an example. So I would assume that placing the challenge, I continue with my presentation, placing the challenge to say, investigate this data set. Look at what we can learn from these satellite images and what your place, how this relates to the surrounding, to the city. Of course, we might want to say, well, is this a one-time effect? Or is this something that will affect me in the future? For this, we might look into other data sources, like here, the German Weather Service, for instance, providing information on the change of temperatures over time. And, well, students will most likely say, well, this might become more frequent in the next years. And here again is the link. You can click on it. It's not necessary for right now. It just should show you the opportunity that you have with this guided tours to facilitate exploration by the students. Okay, next step is to plan and organize. So tasks you can provide to the students, for instance, how can we address this problem? What do we need to do? Can we formulate an assumption about what might work to reduce the heat? What can we do to observe? Or how do we measure? What do we need to do to document? On the left side, everybody who's working in GLOBE knows that slide, the scientific research path. On the right side, the materials let you develop these exact research path by having the students organize the steps in a meaningful way and assigning tasks to different students. So through a collaborative approach, you can do that. The same thing in a classroom without prescribing the method, but evolving, developing the method. These materials are provided in the Pulcra materials. Experiments are described and provided. We tested this experience, the Cool City Lab, we call it this way. These are actually styrofoam boxes. And in these styrofoam boxes, there are inexpensive, about 60, 70 euros, temperature sensors, eye buttons, which also log. They have a logger and a sensor. And by putting different stops, these are exchangeable to these boxes, we see the effect of radiation upon the temperature in the box. This is like my house under changing climates. And if I have a black house or white house, does that make a difference? And you can ask these questions. Which of these boxes absorbs more radiation? Which of these boxes will stay coolest on a sunny day? And here is the activity. Click on the activity and you can be active for now, actually, time to climb. There's a little game I want to play with you now. Nope, sorry. Yeah, here we start. Just log in, and I'll ask these questions to you. And this is a collaborative game to see how the participants actually take part in that game. I can see, I activate students with it. Just log in, and once I have enough participants, I see many people here now, I start the activity. All right, here we go. All right. That was just a little example and showing the potential of this. Well, I have to move on. This music, actually, I should have turned it off. That was a little bit annoying. But anyway, you see the idea behind this, that even if we are in remote places, we can collaborate and we can motivate for participation. And with these experiments, for instance, I have the experience that the students actually react very positively to that. They become creative to say, okay, let's put this lid, this roof on that box, and let's put a different roof on that box. And they start to understand how energy fluxes determine the temperature in this box, and that actually the color of the boxes is in this case not very important because it's styrofoam, it insulates. The roof makes a difference. And through that experiment, the I think concepts are better comprehended than just through theory. Okay, now we can transfer the theoretical understanding to the real world. That means expanding this concept to the real world. Let's say our schoolyard. So around our schools, we have different surfaces, and we can transfer that idea and say, okay, where in this schoolyard, for instance, this here is a schoolyard, where should we place 3 eye button sensors and the meteor stations? In Germany, I provide the schools who participate in Pulka with 3 eye button temperature sensors. And if the schools don't have this yet, I also provide a meteor station. And they should decide, where do we want to put this? What do we want to understand, to measure, to analyze in order to assess potential effects and mitigation effects of climate change? And you can do that now and say, okay, I would put it here, I would put it there. So go ahead, make some marks. There's no right or wrong. It's just the idea of getting the students to think about these processes. Explain the process first, then implement it. Okay, in the interest of time, since time is running fast, I move on. Again, you get the general idea here. This is where we actually put those. We have here the meteo station, and these 3 locations. This also has to do with the fact we want to place them there where they most likely are not to be taken away. But they should show different properties, like the forest, like the schoolyard, like a grass place, which looks pretty ungrassy in this picture, but it is a summer picture. In the spring, this will be a green lawn. Okay. Now, the Pulcra materials help you to plan and organize group activities. For instance, here, this route card or approaches to organize your group, either here through an expert groups, organizing them in expert groups, or in a gallery walk where everybody rotates. So different approaches to organize your class. Then also these days, it is important to facilitate individualized learning with e-learning materials. Smartphone apps help with that. We have developed several apps which are available in different languages, and most of them also in English, some also in Turkish or other languages, and it's easy to translate those. These are just observations which you can have on sheets of paper as well, but now just transferred to a smartphone app. The advantage of this is we can share the data. We can commonly analyze the data. We create a memory of data. And these apps actually provide an immediate feedback as to the meaning of your observations. The links are given here. I don't want you to click on this right now because we're running out of time. But you will get the access to this presentation, and you can do that whenever you like to do. Okay. Then documentation, reporting, and raising public awareness is particularly important against the background of this open schooling concept. We want to invite the general audience, so we need to speak to them. This is why, for instance, here in Cologne, we have invited the local newspaper to participate in the inauguration of this meteorological station. We had a guy there, a press guy, who presented this. And actually the students here, which you see on this picture, they created a play playing different roles from climate skeptic to climate believer, from young to old, to explore this process, this problem of adapting to climate change. What can we do? And that was actually quite inspiring, how the kids, using a concept not from natural science, but from art and acting, transferred this into actual doing and, let's say, reviewed these processes through a different form other than, let's say, abstract science. I thought this was a very good example. Then critical thinking is important. Also, their materials are available and very simple, that must relate to schools. Here, for instance, a building instruction, all of this is in the document, of a radiation shield. These are flower pots. And they can easily be, it costs about €3, not more to build this. They can easily be constructed to build a radiation shield. And then we can ask ourselves, how do we actually measure air temperature properly? This is done here in the left graph as an example of comparison. These upper graphs here, the red and the orange ones, they are without a radiation shield, facing the eye button up or facing it down. And the lower ones here are with radiation shield. And this is a difference of the temperature with or without radiation shield. And you see that if you just put out your sensor out in the sun, it's like sticking your thermometer in the sun, you get a different reading. And you can then reason with, why is this different? What are the energy effects at my measurement device? For instance, sunlight heats up a surface. Sunlight heats up my eye button. So I need to shield it from sunlight. So critical thinking and using the simple approaches to develop the necessary devices. We have materials to analyze and document. So from the personal diary here to the activities involved in that learning paths and so forth, and to document and analyze the findings. Then Pulcra materials provide support and examples for reporting and presenting findings, like here the temperature diurnal course of clouds, a protocol to observe, or presentation of the results, up to the issue of assistance, how to phrase the different findings appropriately. And of course, students, depending on age group, need these kinds of guiding questions, these guiding phrases to properly bring it to the point. Okay. And finally, there is evaluation sheets, which should be done and could be done by the students themselves, guiding or evaluating, for instance, here this research day, or also evaluating the presentations of the students or what have you. So evaluation is an important part of it. In Pulcra, the transfer from the activities in school to the general audience is important. For this here, in this example of this city leap, we have the same concept, these eye buttons, placed here in different locations in Cologne. So this, the city, the school leap, the school part of this observation path, this is just one part, one component in this city component. So the school extends that component into the city. And this here is an example of the result. We have these eye buttons placed there in these locations. Here's the Rhine River. This is in the middle of a build-up area. This is in the middle of a forest. And we have these measurements. And we can then relate what happens in the city with these school activities, what happens in the city with possible contributions and activities by the citizen, by the participants. And this integrates school activities with the city and invites participation of many. So I can talk to the owner of an area and say, have you ever considered that your area is pretty warm and you might want to change this due to whatever adaptation? What adaptation measures are there? This inspires this community school dialogue. Okay, in summary, so the Pulcra material addressed different aspects of the city as urban ecosystems. I showed one example. There are many others. It is a matter of the creativity of the school to sort of puzzle these different aspects together. The content and the materials should relate to the core curriculum to facilitate, to invite this cross-use and synergies. It should invite interdisciplinary cooperation, because the path of advent of different students are different. The one comes from the language angle, thinking I don't bother much and care much, or I cannot do science. Well, you cannot do what you did not explore. Through that experience, you might find, oh, well, I can do science, and I can do languages, I can do cooperation or whatever. This interdisciplinary cooperation, I think, is important. So we therefore very much invite teachers from different trades, from different backgrounds to collaborate, and this typically is already anyways in the best interest of the students and a practice that is already there in the schools. To provide a research-oriented and inquiry-based learning approach which matters to the living environment. We have it set up as a structured modular form to facilitate flexible and use and depending on the content and the context. We want to invite participation through the open schooling concept, so facilitate these interfaces to the broader audience. And we obviously like to look at these materials as an open repository. We very much encourage and invite participation, extension, add-ons, good active, good practice approaches. And they can be done, for instance, through this simple thing here like Nearpod, which worked for us very well. In my teaching courses, I use Nearpod all the time. Now the learning curve is very quick, and we can exchange the materials between schools very easily and adapt it. All right, that's it from my side. Here is another form for Nearpod, where we, for instance, now we can, of course, chat during Zoom. You can also place your comments here. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Professor Schneider. It was, as I promised to the participants, it was a systematic presentation of all the steps and the tools we can all use within Pulchra. So first, thank you so much. Live.
Pleasure.
And we also can see very nicely how the participants' reactions are piling up. Yeah, I don't know where to start with, so I prefer to take the facilitator role now and to give the floor to the colleagues that can have a reaction. A quick reaction to your presentation or raise questions. So, my dear colleagues, the floor is yours.
I would like to start.
Yes, Gabi.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, yes,
okay.
Gabriela.
So I would like to start the discussion after your presentation, Dr. Schneider. It is not, I do not have questions, but I need to share with you a little bit of our experience regarding your materials, because as you know, it was our job to translate it. And so doing this, us in our team, we discovered the complexity of the material, and after that we will discuss with our teachers from Pulchra schools, because we wanted to let them know that these materials should be understood firstly, and then should be applied. So in this, from this perspective, your presentation today is wonderful, because will help them to see much better what is the role of these materials in their Pulchra life, let's say. And anyway, great job and thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that feedback. We are, and I'm quite aware of that if you write things down in a document, this is not sufficient to make then that translation into the classroom. You need practitioners, and I'm glad that my co-authors and particularly also Christine Gierlich, who tested these materials in schools, make exactly and facilitate that transfer, since otherwise sometimes you come up with theoretical concepts which are hard to translate into practical actions. And that needs to be done through exactly that cooperation immediately with the teachers, where you go back and forth with how would I translate this into my classroom. This is why we try to put in these different activities also, which where maybe the meaning of it is not immediately obvious, but through that discussion, through that exchange. And this is why I also chose the Nearpod to be able to easily translate that and bring that to the teachers, where then this idea comes across to say, okay, I could use it in that context, I can use it in that context. And this is where the advantage of this teaching approach lies, because we cannot provide a complete classroom set and say, you need to do that classroom set. Teachers are bound to their curriculum. So they need to be able to sort of massage this into their regular doing. And this is always a form of creativity, which I would like to inspire, and where I would be very glad if people would, if teachers and participants would see it that way and contribute through Nearpod, through providing materials to that development. So the Nearpod that I just showed you, I will provide the link to the Nearpod, and I can also share this with you so that I provide you a copy and you do with it whatever you like to do. This is a professional software which is free of charge if you have small groups. If you have bigger groups, then it becomes, they require a small charge.
That's a good news, because you anticipated exactly one of our reactions of our participants about the accessibility to access to this software. So it will be great to share it, share the links with all the participants, in particular with the participants from Pulcra schools. Good. Since we are pretty much on the schedule, I want to ask you if there are some other really important feedbacks to be given now, or we can move to the next presentation. I wait for a few seconds to see your reactions. Okay. So the last presentation of the morning session of our workshop is focused on a national program in Romania, very, very successful in the last years, applying a lot of the principles, approaches and tools that were detailed before by Drs. Roxana Zulis and by Professor Schneider. Actually, I will let immediately Cristian to provide all the details, but I would just want to highlight, as Professor Schneider said, without a proper assessment, it's very hard to improve and to make more relevant our tools and our methods in the classroom. And I would very much like to ask to Cristian to highlight a bit also their innovative approach in evaluating how different methods work, and exactly how they framed this assessment of the results and the effects, the impact of these methods on, in particular, on academic performance of the students, since Pulcra promise also to have an impact in this area. So, Cristian, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for finding time to join our workshop today.
Hello to everybody, and thank you for invitation. I will begin with several general issues about our program. You have developed the necessary materials for teacher to use when teaching scientific inquiry in classroom. We developed a handbook of methods for teaching physics, which comprises recommendation for teachers on how to use inquiry-based learning in teaching the physics curriculum. for all grades from 6 to 12. We developed over 400 worksheets for students with tasks. We developed also over 80 experiments with materials at hand, and a training course for teachers, which is accredited by the Ministry of Education. It's a long-term program. More than 2,500 physics teachers attended the training course. Over 70% of the total number of physics teachers in Romania. All these teachers have access to the teaching materials designed by our organization. Ciprian, you know very well that your program, CRED, go forth with this approach on all exact science.
Yes, it's a national program currently promoted to help teachers to implement the new curriculum in Romania for primary and lower secondary.
Yeah. The changes we proposed in the way physics is taught in classroom have become even more widespread in time. I could mention other elements or steps. 4 years ago, a new physics curriculum for lower secondary schools was adopted, which aims to scientific literacy through the use of inquiry-based learning in classroom. The essential contributions to the new curriculum were made by close collaborators of our organization, and we also had a good collaboration with Ciprian team and his institute. The second step is the emergence of new physics textbooks for lower secondary schools, which implement the new curriculum. Close collaborators of our organization with a lot of experience in using inquiry-based learning in classroom have published in the last 3 years physics textbooks, which are highly appreciated by teachers. I can speak a little bit about the support mechanism for teachers, because to change the teaching methods, it's a challenge for them, and we understand that it is not enough to attend our course. It is necessary to help them other 6 months after this training course. Another important issue is our impact study. We began to develop an impact study some time ago. We are using test instruments to assess professional content knowledge, or PCK, content knowledge, and professional knowledge of teachers. We wish to see how all this impact on students' achievement in physics. we began a project in which we aim to assess the physics teachers in our program, and then examine a certain correlation with student achievement and behavior. We try to verify the following hypothesis. Teacher programs which enhance PCK alongside to other teacher dimensions also impact on students' achievement. It's a challenging process. In order to develop the model and the test instruments, we collaborate with two experts from Germany. They are working at Leibniz Institute for Science and Mathematics Education at University of Kiel. I don't know, because COVID-19, we have some difficulties to respect our initial timeline. We have to postpone final tests from teachers, and now we discuss with our financier to postpone some other activities. I can speak a little bit about advantage for students when teachers use inquiry-based learning in classroom. Students manage to understand more deeply the topics included in curriculum. They see the connection of physics with daily life and form reasoning mechanisms which help them also in a context they encounter outside the classroom. And their interest for physics increases, physics becoming a favorite subject for many of them. I can say we also began a similar process from chemistry 3 years ago. Sure, the number of teachers formed is less, around 300 chemistry teachers. And now in the, I don't know, last year, we try to help them with online teaching. We provide them some online resources from inquiry-based learning, some webinars to use e-learning platforms.
I wanted to ask you, Christian, when do you think the first results of the assessment, of an impact assessment of the training program will be available? Because I think they could be a reference also for our efforts within Pulcra to develop the assessment strategy or to improve the existing.
Okay, we discussed with experts from Kiel, and they say to try to have some results earlier, and we will try to have another teacher groups in the several months to give another test, and I don't know, maybe in the next I don't know, 4 or 5 months, maybe we have some results. I want to say that our framework from teachers' competence, it's PCK adapted from inquiry. And it's a challenging process from researchers from other countries. Now we began to collaborate with Technical University from Munich. Also, they want to use this framework developed by us together with the two experts from Kiel. Knut Neumann, maybe you know this name from Kiel.
Thank you, Christian. Yes, I think this is one of the most challenging parts because we are doing a lot of things. Definitely kids are enjoying, teachers, parents as well. But in the end, we want to see if this has any impact on improving the learning outcomes, improving the competencies or knowledge defined in the framework curriculum. So
we have to develop a framework from teacher competence in Romania. It's a challenge. This.
Yes, unfortunately, we don't have too much to rely on this, but maybe our colleagues can share about their experience in this, because of course, relating to teacher profile, competency profile, especially if we talk about science education teachers, that could definitely be of great help in designing assessment methodologies.
Okay, I could send a short material about this framework in English.
That would be very much appreciated, and it will be another concrete outcome of our workshop. And if you also open a communication channel with the experts and practitioners from Pulchra, maybe we can also provide feedback or, I don't know, comments on that. That would be very, very useful, very helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jan. In this moment, we have the full picture of the morning session. We had two, let's say, national focused programs presented, while the Scientix is an array of such programs, and also a presentation, a very interesting presentation and the useful presentation delivered by Professor Schneider, let's say, capturing the international experiences. In the second part of our meeting, in the afternoon session, we will have Maria, who is already with us here. And it's always very good when you have a presentation, Maria, to get the feeling before, right? She will share with us details about OS Hub network, and we will have also another very international, interesting international practice within the GLOBE program from Nectaria, from West Virginia University. As you know, there is a minimum 7-hour time zone difference. So we will break for 1 hour just to allow Nectaria not to deliver her presentation at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and also to allow us to have at the end short but I hope enlightening open discussion between all the partner representatives with ideas taken on board during the both sessions. So my proposal, if Professor Kartalis agrees, is to open now up a last round of feedback from you, and to record other reactions or questions during the lunch break, and start with them in the afternoon if there are some questions that are really relevant for all the presentations that will follow. Just to increase a bit the interactivity of our presentation, I would invite Marco for a short reaction, if he agrees, to the one of the presentation or all the overall event that we have so far in the morning. Please, Marco.
Sorry, Cyprian, you mean me, Marco?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm doing like a teacher, you know. I pick up one student.
Yeah. Okay.
And give us a bit of feedback, not to be an one-directional event.
Yeah, just a general comment, because yes. I appreciated all of this presentation. Actually, even if from my personal knowledge, it was some presentation that were not so easy, because I'm not so close to the teachers of higher schools, or I'm mostly involved at the university. But from my point of view, these new approaches are very stimulating, and we should implement in our project most of this experience we can implement. And I think this, for us, it is a very good starting point. I mean, to improve the quality that we can, and even to change the approach of teaching some scientific topics, and that can have a very strong impact on the acceptance of the student, or to be the students closer of the scientific problems. I'm very pleased to follow this morning presentations.
Thank you very much, Marco. Also, we have some with us today teachers from primary and secondary education. And we already had on chat some of the reactions. So I invite, I don't know, Melina or Katerina, Hermione to a quick reaction, just to have their feedback on what's happening in the morning session, please.
I want to say that I am impressed of the presentations, and also I feel that you gave us directions how to work with students. I'm a chemist, and I try to give to my students chemistry by experimental view, and also by the happenings of everyday life. So thank you for this workshop. I'm very happy to listen, and I hope that we will collaborate at the future.
With our network.
Okay.
Thank you Sokia, thank you very much. Yes, it is very much appreciated, because that's the idea with the whole workshop. And you always have you always walk on this very thin line. When you discuss about methods, teachers very often get very defensive. You know, they see like a criticize their approaches, rather than suggestion for, okay, you are doing good things, but maybe you can do even better with
That's it. I agree. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because you validated this approach that was very nicely put it as these classes that addresses at the same time to the head, to the heart, and to the hands. So this practical application and creation of attitudes, or influencing attitudes, students, are also very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, other colleagues from the partnership, or other participants that at this point want to share with us their let's say reaction to what's happening so far.
I have an observation,
please,
and a question. We observed that it's difficult for many teachers to move from direct teaching methods from inductive ones. The change management is a big challenge from us. I want to know how other participants handle with this challenge. How they support teachers in this move from direct teaching methods from inductive one.
Well, it's a good question, and I would invite firstly representatives of our partners were already starting to work with the schools, how they see this, how they approach this. But also I invite teachers themselves to share with us if they wish, what is new in these approaches, and how this shift is taking place, because you're right, there are two different approaches, and not always the first one is the most effective one in developing specific competencies. So I don't know who wants to take this challenge in this moment.
I'm just happy, just from an Irish perspective, I think it's very much dictated by the curriculum, and I think the curriculum needs to reflect and accommodate the ability of projects like Pulchra to be delivered through the standard curriculum. And in Ireland, it's for second level schools. It depends very much on the year group. If it's an exam year, for example, there's probably less opportunity to deliver the like of Pulchra activities and indirect learning as a consequence, because it's very much focused. The teaching is very much focused on delivering results. However, we do have one particular year which was introduced into the curriculum maybe 20 years ago, which facilitates more project learning experience for the students. And I suppose we've identified that as an opportunity to deliver, GLOBE activities and Pulchra resources as well. So I suppose from our perspective, it's identifying the opportunities in the curriculum and demonstrating to teachers how such projects and resources will, I suppose, enrich the learning experience for the students, as well as their own teaching experience, and identify real issues, I suppose, as opposed to, and how those real issues can be investigated in a meaningful way by the students through the various resources and opportunities we give them via the programs we deliver.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important point, and it's good that you made the link with the curriculum and how all the initiatives relates with this framework, because actually the teachers firstly look at the curriculum when they enter in the classroom and when they are planning their learning activities. Thank you very much. Other reactions, quick reactions, please.
If I may,
please.
Hello. My name is Melina Kizeridis. I'm from Greece. I work at the Art High School of Yerakas, and our school is a new member of the Pulchra team. Thank you, Mr. Kartalis, for inviting us, and thank you for having us in this excellent workshop. We are very happy to participate. We have just started and we are very excited with dealing with all this stuff. In our school, we are quite accustomed to take initiative and work with projects, and hopefully we will deliver something very beautiful to your team.
I'm absolutely convinced, and thank you very much for sharing with us your thoughts and for the positive feedback. Already there are links that are creating with the other participants, and I'm sure that we can build on this later on. Thank you very much.
Maybe I would like to briefly jump in and respond to Chris Renato's question, since I would like to extend this invitation to share good practice approaches and examples, because the materials that we have divided in Pulchra are hopefully a good starting point, but definitely not the end point. And we need to continue on that path of exchanging ideas. And we, I think, are all on the path to change our education method constantly. If I look at the keywords which shape our education system now, this is basically competence development. But it is not let's say, memorizing or these things which can easily be tested. But the daily life in our educational system typically looks at these measurable achievements. And competence development is not quite as easily measurable as grading whatever exam you have. So we need to gradually develop this competence in, on the one hand, not being afraid to lose some control in the classroom by giving freedom of exploration. This, I think, is one part of the coin, since that might be experienced as something of maybe a loss of control, which I don't think that this is. But you work in different environments, in groups, outside, and wherever. So there is more diversity in this learning, and that needs, of course, I think, also from the group of people such as me who educate future teachers. We need to do let's say maybe a better or different job in educating the future teachers about the breadth and variety of the different methods they can apply. If they then can fill the room, which is of course limited by the curriculum in schools, to make use of these different techniques, I think we are moving towards this competence development more than we did in the past. But the good practice approaches, I think they will be very inspiring. And so I would like to have something like, from this group, a method of sharing these. of adding to the material. And looking at this from different perspectives, the colleague from the chemistry department properly has a very strong different approach to the same subject of exploring than I from climatology would have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Important point, and I think it's worth thinking about an effective way of creating such a repository, or I don't know, platform to capture all these good practices or recommendations for new developments. Thank you very much.
I want to say several words about our solution. We try to develop context for peer learning for teachers. We understand that learning is a social process. And now professor with similar challenges in classroom meet, I don't know, one per month and change good experience, and their progress is more high now, higher now.
Thank you, Christian. I really want to keep an eye on the clock. So before we finish the first part, I have a kind request, if you all agree. Those that are now log on in the Zoom, I kindly ask you to open just for 30 seconds your cameras, because we will try to do a photo group, just like we do in the face-to-face events. But this time we will try to do it with the help of the technology and with the help of the existing facilities of the software. So it will be just like a gallery view. We are now 41 participants registered. So we will try to do a picture with all of you. And we want to do it now, not only at the end, because we see a lot of very inspiring faces with full of energy. I don't know, we don't risk to lose this energy by the end of the. So if you want to smile, or if you want to say something, that will be extremely useful to have a record, a good also, and a good memory of our event of today, because we have also a visual representation of such a wonderful community we are. It is not enough to have on one screen. We will just use photos with 2 screens, but I'm so happy to be able to capture in one image all of you. So I hope we will keep this in all the communication materials, just to have it as a good representation of who we are and how our community is. Okay, hungry this moment? Hungry for new ideas after the break? We are proposing to stop here for 1 hour, and we will leave the Zoom open. So we'll just switch the camera off and the microphone, and we will continue as I already told, with the second part with Maria, who is looking forward to inform and charm us with her presentation. So please, if possible, come back, because it will be at least as interesting as it was until now. Thank you very much, and see you in an hour. Hi, Maria.
Hello.
How is you are in Netherlands now? How is the weather there?
Actually, I'm in Portugal now.
In Portugal, good.
But the weather in Portugal is gray. There's not much sun.
Yeah, I think it's an exception, but in Netherlands it's rather the norm with gray weather, right?
Yes.
In what part of Portugal are you now? In
I'm in a rural area because
Yes.
part of the Open Science Hub Portugal, part of the Open Science Hub network, we established the Open Science Hub Portugal in a low density area in Portugal, in the border between Portugal and Spain, close to the Douro River. So it's in the middle of nowhere. But it's super beautiful place.
It's a good place to do science projects
It is actually, there's a lot of
without human influence much.
There's a lot of interesting opportunities.
Yeah, do you also take part to the ESERA conference?
Yes, I'm also writing the.
You have sent the abstract.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
actually about to finish it. I
Okay.
was just doing some another round of reviews. I then can share it in the email thread once I finish. I hope to
No,
finish.
don't worry. I have sent mine already to Julia. That's what. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when the event is going to be taking place?
I don't remember
Do
actually.
you remember when
wait,
the event will take place?
but I think it's. Well, I was looking at it. I don't know, but I think it's fall, but I'm not sure. I think it's in the fall, but I'm not.
Okay,
I'm,
okay. It's after the
but I'm
summer.
not sure.
That's
Don't
fine.
Don't trust me because I am just out of memory.
Okay, obrigada.
De nada.
So I propose you to for 2 minutes, if you agree.
So when do we start, Cyprian?
In 2 minutes.
In how much? In 2 minutes. Okay,
2
great.
minutes.
Thank you.
Yes. Just to see if everybody or the majority come back and to have our group refreshed now.
So Cyprian, it's 20 minutes plus 10, right? 20 minutes.
Yes. We manage quite well with the time in the morning. I know we have allocated half an hour for the conclusions, but that depends. We still are flexible about the Q&A session. We can expand it to 15 minutes if necessary. No problem. Do we have, Maria, do we have an acronym of for the Open Science Hub project, or is just Open Science Hub?
It's Open Science Hub. It's Open Science Hub. OS Hub, yeah, Open Science Hub.
It's 1 minute past 3, so I propose to run our workshop with the announced presentation of Maria Vicente. I very much envy her because she has a PhD in neuroscience, and neuroscience is now on the lips of everybody as being the promised land of the everything related to innovation in education. So I know we can rely on you on even on this area for the next cooperation programs. You are the project manager of a Horizon 2020 project, which is already a huge task and challenge and qualification also, Open Science Hub project from the Leiden University. And just to open also the recording before giving you the floor and before announcing you that we are very, very happy to have you here with us, and we are looking forward for your presentation. Please, Maria.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity and privilege to be here today. It was really with pleasure that I received this invitation from the Pulchra project and from Cyprian. I think it's a great example of sharing practices and examples and also challenges. So thank you. So my PhD was actually, it was not in humans, it was in rats, but it was about decision-making processes actually in the brain and how they happen at the neural circuits level. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen to tell you a bit about the Open Science Hub project that actually started in the same year as Pulchra. It's from 2019. Okay. I guess you now should be seeing my screen, right? Okay. So the Open Science Hub project, as I just mentioned, it was granted in 2019 in the same year as Pulchra, and it's a consortium of 9 partners, where Leiden University is the coordinator. I'm the project manager of the network. And the objective of the Open Science Hub project and of this network is to work closely as Pulchra as well, closely with schools and to support them together with their local stakeholders to start using research and innovation as a tool for tackling local challenges. And how are we doing this? One of the very important aspects of the Open Science Hub, and then I'm going to be telling you a bit more in a few minutes, is that we see the Open Science Hubs as mediators in their local communities. So that's why we call them Open Science Hubs and not Open Science Centers, because the way we see them is as teams of local facilitators or of local mediators that work very closely with schools, trying to position them as these agents for collaboration in partnership with the different local actors that exist in their communities, with the objective of tackling local relevant challenges by engaging in real life projects. So we are establishing at the moment this network of Open Science Hubs across Europe. And one important aspect is that all the Open Science Hubs are being established in communities that traditionally do not engage with research and innovation due to several barriers. And I'm going to be telling you 2 examples in the end, a bit more practical. But for instance, some of these Open Science Hubs are in rural areas, in low density territories, where the geographical border is something that is very prominent. Or they can be in an urban city, in an urban place, but they can be due to the socioeconomic status or due to ethnic minority group backgrounds. There are these advantages in terms of engagement with research and technology that is not part of their daily life. One important aspect as well, and also for the different hubs to gain ownership also of the Open Science Hub, you can see that these are the different logos of the hubs, that although they have the same visual identity, all of them had the opportunity of choosing how they want to put the pieces together of the logo, and also the national names, which is very important, so that people in their communities feel ownership for the projects that are being built. So I would like to start with this sentence from a report from the European Commission about school innovation, that just says, I'm just going to read it, that there is no single pathway to school innovation, that it can be driven by civil society, both in community and school settings, by the schools themselves or by governments. And very importantly, for these innovations to happen, they need to engage all the actors and elements of the system in order for them to become sustainable and embedded in the education process, helping to improve outcomes for all students. And I guess this is one of the main focus also of this workshop today, right? And that we are trying to understand how can we develop in a sustainable way these ecosystems. And also from this report, there is this proposal. They propose that for this school innovation to happen, they need to happen simultaneously, both at the school level as well as the system that surrounds schools. And for that to happen, the first thing, or one of the most fundamental things to start with, is by trying to assess what are the needs and the priorities and the context of the schools. And then only afterwards to start thinking about initiatives, projects, so that they actually match what is relevant for schools. But for this then to also become relevant, and it's also important for schools to be embedded in their surrounding systems, and to interact with their community stakeholders, as we see here in this purple circle. And also for these surrounding systems to be sustainably and in a relevant way interacting in schools, it's also important for them to have these monitoring and these feedback systems, so that schools and their surrounding systems can think of and can design common goals and a common vision. And where the Open Science Hub proposes to be positioned in their communities is actually in this interface, as I was mentioning before, as mediators between schools and their needs and the context, and then on the other hand, the surrounding communities, the stakeholders, the local challenges. So before going to what we are actually doing, I just like acknowledge some of the schools of thinking and of practices that we've been following to develop this project. And one of them is this concept of science shops, which started in the Netherlands in the 70s, which are these entities that facilitate collaborative research projects based on concerns brought forward by society. So science shops, when they originally started, they were embedded in universities. Now there's still a lot of science shops embedded in university, but there's also a lot of science shops that happen outside of university in other entities. But basically they work as these facilitator teams, as these mediator teams that receive problems or requests from civil society organizations. And then they transform these problems into research questions that then can be tackled through community-based participatory research, together with not only researchers, but other stakeholders that can help tackling these challenges that were posed by the civil society organizations. So taking this idea, so the science shops, so as you can see here, I'm showing here a roadmap with different phases. And what I want to stress here, which is very important, is that the phase one is actually the stakeholder engagement, to try to understand what are what is the community of interest, what are the needs, what are the priorities, what is the context that surrounds us, and to develop these meaningful and relevant connections with the stakeholders. And only after going to the project development and implementation, and then communication, dissemination, and exploitation. Now going to the Open Science Hub. So I have here this expression, which is, we like to see Open Science Hubs as school-driven science shops. And I'm going to be telling you a bit how we are doing this and how we are developing also this framework. So as I told you before, the host institutions of the Open Science Hubs are these 9 different partners across Europe, and they are of different nature. Some of them, they are municipalities, others they are SMEs, others are universities, cultural and science institutes. But despite their institutional missions within the context of the Open Science Hub, they all have the same goal, which is to provide this facilitation, this dialogue between schools and their communities. And this means, in a more objective way to support schools identifying their needs, to incorporate open schooling practices, to support teachers and school heads to co-create research and innovation projects driven by local challenges and stakeholder collaboration. Also, and very importantly, to facilitate these continuing training programs for teachers and school heads in order for these practices to start being embedded in school in a way that is also relevant for the schools. Also, to assess which practices work and do not work and under which circumstances, and very importantly, to develop these local networks for schools and for the community and stakeholders to exchange knowledge and experience, and very importantly also to do this brokering job for implementing national or regional policies, where it is important to pass along the signals when the policies are not failing or when they are actually working, and also to advocate for these context-sensitive policies. So these are the kind of roles that we see the open science hubs providing in their local communities by this joint work with schools. So, and how are we doing this? So just very briefly, I just wanted to tell you that in order for us to be doing this at the consortium level, we try to develop a common roadmap. As I told you, for the science shops, we are also doing the same for the open science hubs. And we started by defining these building blocks, which start with the school engagement, stakeholder mapping, community building, then identifying these local to global challenges, co-creating on open schooling projects, and then very importantly also defining and developing technical and financial feasibility plans, and also the value proposition, because we want these open science hubs to be sustainable in time and to last beyond the funding of the Horizon project. So we developed several tools. This is just an example of a self-assessment tool that we do periodically with our partners on these different characteristics that I was telling you. And very importantly, the way that we are going through these, developing this common methodological framework with our partners, and this is something that is being led by our partner Impact Hub from Italy, is by having this mentoring program with our partners, where we go through the social business canvas and we go through each different colored box, and where we have a training webinar, and then we have a homework where we develop with our local teams each of these different boxes. Then we receive feedback from the Impact Hub in order to make it more concrete and going towards the objective that we want to pursue. And then we try to match the different partners according to their different assets. And as I was telling before, with the objective of developing a sustainable model that can last beyond the funding. So in practice, what we are doing is we start by partnering with local schools. So each Open Science Hub starts by partnering with local schools, by identifying relevant stakeholders, what we call the champions, or institutions that are, or entities or groups of citizens that are not only have this interest and motivation in being involved in these open schooling practices, but also they have their connections in their communities that know them and that want to be engaged in these processes, and also to co-identify together with the schools and the relevant stakeholders these local relevant challenges. Then, and this is very important, we match what are the school needs with whom we are working, also the community context, these local challenges, and then also, and it's impossible not to be biased by the backpack that we have from our institutions, and you will see from the examples that I will show you from 2 Open Science Hubs, that each Open Science Hub, not only depending on their community context, but also on their institutional, on their host institution, they will have different natures. And then we define common goals and vision with our schools, and only after we design or co-design, develop, communicate, assess these open schooling strategies and projects to tackle these local relevant challenges. And always with an eye on sustainability and institutional changes, of course, because this is fundamental. Okay, so now I'm going to take some minutes just to give you the example of 2 open science hubs, the one in the Netherlands and the one in Portugal. And this is just this is our webpage where we will find the information. The information that I've been telling you up until now is in the website, and this website is now translated in 9 different languages in the relevant pages, not only the home page and some more information, but very importantly, what I'm going to show you now, these local open science hubs. So each hub has their own page. And now I'm going to tell. So this is the page of the Open Science Hub, the Netherlands. You will see here. This is in Dutch now. The rest I will show you in English. In the Netherlands, so as I showed you before, we started by partnering with schools. Here in the Netherlands, we are working in The Hague, which although is a big city, there's a lot of many different social differences and also socio-economical differences in the city, and based on a pre-assessment from evidence that existed about educational status inequalities, we are working with some of these neighborhoods, and we started partnering with schools. Then we started partnering with our relevant stakeholders, and this is something that is also very important. These stakeholders that we identify, that we call them, they are now part of what we call the Open Science Hub Management Board, which is this group of representatives that helps the Open Science Hubs making decisions, and with whom we meet regularly, depending on the needs and on the project that we are developing. For instance, here in the Netherlands, you can see that there's the municipality of The Hague, and this is an NGO that is related with policy and the school boards. It doesn't matter now. And then we identify the local relevant challenges. And in the case of the Netherlands, in the case of The Hague, 2 of the big challenges that were identified were the educational inequality. As I was telling you before, it's a very uneven city with a lot of inequality and many different minorities that are whose learning educational opportunities are still very poor, and there's also a big problem in terms of teacher shortage. So the project that is being developed in collaboration with these schools that I showed you before, with the municipality, this association, and also with Leiden University, is to match schools with university students. And 2 very important aspects of this project is that these university students that are being hired, let's put it like that, they are being matched to the schools depending on their needs. So the first step is, again, to assess what are the school needs. And and of course, as in everywhere in the world, with the pandemic, all these educational inequalities that I told you about before, they're also increasing. So the first thing that we do is that we talk to teachers and to the school heads. We identify what are their needs, and then we match them with university students with the corresponding profile. And then on the other hand, because we also want these experiences to be relevant for students, we develop these professional and training programs. So these, on one hand, these students, they are being hired, they are being paid, so they have a professional experience in parallel to their university path, but at the same time they also receive training from different groups from the university, not only from pedagogics, but also from more in terms of professional and development goals. They also receive training from teachers, so that then when they go to the classroom with teachers, they are prepared for that. Another example that I wanted to give you is then in Portugal. In Portugal, as I was saying before, the Open Science Hub is located in a low density territory in the border between Portugal and Spain, close to the Douro River. And here, as you can see in Portugal, the partner is a municipality, and you can see that the members of the local management board, in this case, they are of completely different nature. On one hand, of course, you have different offices from the municipality, the environmental or the education, but then you also have NGOs, environmental NGOs. You also have a university that is not part of this town, but is part, because there are no universities in this town, but it's part of another place, of another town in Portugal, or we have the Parents Association or the psychology services. So this is important, as I was telling before. The host institution of the Open Science Hub will also bring some character, let's put it like that, to the different projects that are being developed. Then in terms of challenges, as I told you, it's an isolated place. So geographical isolation is one of the challenges, and this leads that there's a low engagement with research innovation. There's a reduced active citizenship and collaboration between entities. And although the wilderness in this place is amazing, and actually this is the place where I'm at now, there's a lot of anthropogenic driven threats like freshwater quality. So one of the projects that is being developed here and taking as an opportunity a subject that started in Portugal a couple of years ago on citizenship and development, we proposed to the school to co-develop a curriculum for this discipline. So together with teachers, we developed and we are implementing now a certified teacher training program on open schooling practices. And so this is very important because there was an institutional opportunity for this to happen, and teachers also had the incentive to do it. So this program has different phases. It actually has six training sessions with work in between that happen throughout the year. And this training is on project development. So then these sessions go through the different phases of project development based on local challenges. And we go a lot through also design thinking, all these social business model canvas, but in a way that is relevant for the different communities. And very importantly as well, these activities have been previously tested in the classroom by teachers. So they were done and developed and co-created and now implemented in close collaboration with teachers. Okay, so now to close this, I would like to, and also to raise a bit the discussion, I would like to close with some thinking about challenges and opportunities that we have been facing both at the network level, but also in the different open science hubs. And to start with is that open schooling is not yet a whole school system or a whole school approach that is systemic and systematic, but it's still based on individual teachers and school head initiatives, right? So this makes it more difficult to be implemented. And on the other hand, I believe, and from all the examples that have been also shown today, that I think we are paving the road, right? And we are going step by step, and these things take time. But on the other hand, and again going back to some things that I've said before, we feel that it's important to have as a first step to understand what is relevant for schools and to start from understanding what are their needs and what are their priorities. Then another thing is to look for what are the institutional opportunities and the incentives for schools. And in the two cases that I showed you, both in the Netherlands and in Portugal, on one hand, in the Netherlands, there was this clear need for having, due to teacher shortage, to have support to teachers. And for instance, in the case of Portugal, we took the opportunity of this discipline that was just starting, and it was very close to citizenship. Then to co-create training with teachers. And the part of the co-create is very important because it's then related with this assessment of the school needs and priorities. And of course, to advocate for the importance of these holistic approaches with policymakers and school heads. And then the second one is from the open schooling communities. I think it's important to acknowledge that it takes time. It's based also on relationships and human relationships. And it's important to find a way for this to be in win-win situations. So, and of course, all these, and I guess with this year, everything was even harder, but it's always important to be sensitive to hierarchies and relations in our communities and to understand how to align these institutional missions, because even for the stakeholders to participate in these projects and initiatives, it's also important for them to understand what are going to be the incentives for them. and always to be flexible and to listen and to co-create as much as possible, and never forget what are the educational goals and again the school needs. And with this, I would like to finish. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Maria. It's a very complex project, just as Pulchra, and I know how difficult the mission for you is to put everything in a nutshell. But on the other hand, I think there are some very clear paths, ways that are promoted in both our projects. And we also have this open schooling approach as one of the pillars of creating the science teams and of creating the programs for working with the teachers and with the students. What I propose is to take now one or two questions that are linked with your presentation, and leave for the conclusion section this broader idea related to that you raised, related with the conditions for creating such partnerships, and also to think a bit to school-based curriculum, because in most of our countries we have a strong national curriculum, but also some liberty at school level to develop its own curriculum. That could be a very, very important vehicle for making this change more institutionalized and more embedded into the life of the schools. So please, who wants to break the ice? Carl.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that inspiring presentation. I'm particularly interested in learning about your experience with involving university students, particularly from the perspective of their professional development, their, let's say, benefit, and particularly the conflict. I'm interested particularly in the conflict. I can see a lot of benefit in this, but I can also see a lot of conflict from the conception of how universities actually work. And there I would like to learn from your experience to, let's say, avoid issues which can be avoided and make use of your experience.
Thank you. So we started a pilot last year with several schools in The Hague, and then several university students. And so one of the things that I would like to stress is that these university students come from whatever background. They don't specifically come from the educational courses, because we also want to bring this diversity of backgrounds to these interaction. And then the kind of support that they are providing to the teachers can be very broad. It can be from math, or it can be from linguistics. It's really dependent on what the teachers need, and then it depends on this matching that the local coordinator of the Open Science Hub Netherlands does.
Here's my first maybe concrete question. Sometimes if you bring in a person who needs to be educated into a practice, then the balance between the time that you put into training the trainee and into the productivity might be, well, let's say negotiable. What is your experience there?
That's important. So in the second year, so in the first year, as I told you, this was a pilot that we started last year in the previous year, and the tasks were very specific, and actually the engagement was very. The experience ended up being very efficient. Also because I think the tasks were very targeted, and there was a huge care, let's put it like this, an effort in trying to do this match between what the teachers need and the profile and the experience of the student. But taking on what you're saying, which is very important, so this year we are implementing a training program for these university students that has different sessions, and some of them are actually with teachers, this is for primary education. but they are also from, one of the things that we wanted to do is at Leiden University and also in The Hague to break these barriers even inside the university. So we are bringing professionals from different departments, from didactics, pedagogical, or more from professional development. And we are also building, and we are also assessing, and this is something that we are starting now, and we're also assessing how the learning goals of the university students themselves, how they are achieved with throughout this program. So a lot of your questions we are still testing, but up until now, I think since there was also a lot of effort in these matching of the needs of the schools and also the profile of the students, it has been more or less smooth. But I'm sure that we will face more difficulties as the complexity arises.
One last brief question towards that goal. What is your plan for sustainability beyond the goal in that sense, beyond the lifetime of the project?
In this specific project, in this specific, so
this university school interact.
So this right now, the municipality of The Hague actually they put money on this project this year, because it's also embedded in the strategy of the city, like the citywide problems, because it tackles problems that have been existing in the city for for many years. But then there's also a constant dialogue that is happening with the school boards, so that the school boards start funding this project after the first year. So that
was to the heart of my question. Where does the money come from sustainably? Because the project has a lifetime and this problem stays. Thank you very much.
And let me just add something, which is the fact that then school boards are also going to start funding. And actually this meeting is happening today, this decision. If they start funding this project, also all these questions that I was telling you about assessing the school needs and the context, they will also be much more present in the kind of connections that you start establishing.
Yeah, the issue that we are discussing right now is very actively discussed also in my university, because we need a closer link from education of future teachers to practice, and we cannot put this in a sequential way. We need to integrate, and there would be many things to explore beyond what we can do within the time that we have right now. So I would be very happy if we can stay in contact and discuss this.
Of course. That will be a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Carl. Do we have another quick reaction for Maria?
And I also have a question.
Yes.
In continuation to what Carl has said. Maria, how do you select the students from the universities? I mean, once you select them, do you have criteria? I guess you do have. And once you select them, do they go through a training so as to be able to communicate with high school students?
So so in the pilot, it was much less criteria. Everything was very fast. It was also part of a Corona crisis plan from the municipality. And but this year we actually launched the call, which was based an application for students, and we actually received more than 90 applications from students, which then, after looking at these applications, which included their experience with education, their background, also their availability to work with teachers and all that, and which is then followed by an interview. And I'm not part of the jury because it's in Dutch, and my Dutch is actually not fluent at all. There's people from the university assessing it, but also people from the municipality, and also people from this foundation that I was telling you about, which works in collaboration with the school boards. So there's an evaluation process and criteria for these university students to be selected. And then this training program has there's several objectives to it. On one hand is for them to understand what is the reality, and this is a program targeted at primary schools. On one hand is for them to understand what is the reality of primary schools in The Hague. Then is to have training from the education departments of the university, let's put it like that, but also more from this professional development. And also very importantly, to build a network between the different students that are part of this program so that they can share their experiences throughout time. And this training program, well, it lasts some weeks, but then there's also someone that is going to be following the students to understand what is actually happening. And again, we always have these monitoring and feedback systems with the schools very closely.
Thank you, Maria. I propose you to move to the next presenter, and if there are other ideas you want to discuss and share with all of us.
You said that Maria, Cyprian, can I ask something again, Maria? To Maria. Please. Maria, you said that the university students are being paid. Mm-hmm. If there was no payment, would there be the same interest from the universities, and why a payment process was selected?
So actually, when we started the pilot last year, there was no payment, and students just volunteered.
Sorry, I thought.
Yes. Yes. So when we started last year, we didn't have this payment, and we introduced it afterwards. Also because there was a big incentive from the municipality of doing it of having these kind of incentives. So the only thing that I can tell you to that is that actually from the university side, we wanted to reward them more with institutional credits. But then since there was such this big push from the municipality to have it as a salary, and there were the budget opportunities, we move for that solution. What I can tell is that last year we actually had students applying without money. This year, when we launched the call, we had already the information about the money. So I think they would, but it would be different. But we also want to reinforce this parallel job, this side job to their university work. And one of the things that I didn't mention, but that is very important, is that since there's a lot of teacher shortage in the Netherlands and in The Hague, one of the things that we want to assess is that some of these students will actually become teachers, or will change, or be more interested in actually following this kind of professional path.
Okay, thank you once again, Maria. Now we move to the next presentation. Dragoș Tătaru, it's a senior researcher in the Seismic Network Department of National Institute for Earth Physics in Romania. And for us, for Pulcra, but also for other education projects, it's if you want, it's like the ideal researcher having a huge interest in education and connecting a lot with education projects. Actually, he was leading or involved in implementation of important national and international education programs in Romania and abroad, like STEAM, ERIS, ROEDU-ACIS, and also he worked and had a particular interest in developing teaching resources, conducting teacher workshops, and science communication activities. Dragoș also is a founding member of the Community for Science Education and contributed to the initiation of educational programs in Romania like Măgurele School of Science and Technology, another kind of school, and the National Science Education Conferences. So from this point of view, I think it's a good opportunity to explore all these experiences, but also to see the links with Pulcra approach. How can our methodology be inspired by these activities. Please, Dragos.
Thank you, Ciprian, for this generous introduction. If I knew you will read it all, I will make it shorter. But anyhow, I hope you can hear me well. So again, my name is Dragos Tătaru, and I'm a researcher indeed at the National Institute for Earth Physics. And together with a group of my colleagues, some of them already presenting something like Roxana in the morning, some other I also added on my presentation just to see the names, but also the affiliation, because there are researchers and teachers mainly. So the perfect combination to really bring something to this kind of initiatives. So I will share my screen now and just let's see. I have two monitors, that's why I'm gonna look on my sides from time to time. So you can see my screen in full screen now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so as I mentioned, a couple of my colleagues, we started 8 years ago a journey from research to education. So mainly we are from Physics Institute, but also from the university with a lot of faculty involved, environment, psychopedagogy, chemistry, geology, geography. So most of them have been joining this initiative called the Summer School on Science and Technology. So as most of the journey start with a purpose and with an aim, our initiative is related with the belief that science education really offers young people the chance to acquire most of the skills needed for the future. So research activities and inquiry-based learning, we do believe, and I think that's why we are really building this kind of projects that actively contribute to the development using formal and non-formal environments. Why a Summer School of Science and Technology? Of course, it's not a question for us, but maybe it's still a question why researchers need or should be really interested to get involved in such events. So in my case, I really find myself in this kind of initiatives. That's why I really try to convince also my colleagues that are more into research that without bringing what we find there and bring it closely to teachers and to students, it's not the same. I mean, we need to be open and we need to speak about our research and our results and convert it somehow in, not somehow, but really convert it in subject that interests them, even at the younger ages. So as we are usually do in research, we start with the documentation phase. So one of the most updated study about young people's science and career aspiration told us or somehow documented that the factor with great predictive potential for turning students and pupils to science and science career are quite complex. So it's not so easy to guess or to make a matrix what you should do. So in fact, I was quite intrigued to find out that the problem is not mainly the lack of interest in STEM discipline, because at the beginning I really believed that, and not even that stereotype or on science and scientists really scare them off. Not even that it's mentioned like the major thing, but the major thing it's what we know, how we think, what we do, and who we know. So this thing really opened my mind and understood that it's not just finding what is wrong, but giving the opportunity to be right. So that's why we go one step further and we organize a Summer School for Science and Technology in Măgurele. As Roxana was mentioned, it's a special place because we have there research institutes, a faculty of physics, but also it is a not rural, but even if it is in the proximity of Bucharest, it is a high school that once really had a lot of good students that really bring something even to research when they start the research career. But now they start less and less to see the opportunity, even if it is nearby. So I was thinking when Maria was presenting, if we are one of the places that are really something like good for Open Science Hub, and then I say, okay, we have a lot of research there, we have a lot of students. We are not on that framework, but in fact we are, because we have everything there, but it's not happening what we expect to be happen. So things are not connected right. So something is wrong. So I really believe that it's also the type of environment where we need to see where the connection breaks. So if we look to school in numbers, so we have 60 high school students coming for 2 weeks in Magurele. The program offers a diverse range of research projects and lecturers in the field of science and technology. Again, we have 2 weeks, but not only. They work until last year on site, meaning in the laboratories with researchers as mentors, but now also remotely. And I will mention how we succeed to adapt in small groups, 4-5 students with just to mention, because I am really glad to say that, with around 4 mentors. So they are almost one-to-one. And this is really impressive because they are not used to have so many mentors. They are used to have one teacher in front of them. And so they are firstly shocked that they have so many people around them to answer to their question and to work with them. So we have around 80 researchers, very good researchers and high-level researchers that dedicate 2 weeks to do this in all the laboratories, meaning 7 institute, National Research Institute, and around 4 faculties. Also, we have this component, quite important, that Roxana was mentioned. In the second week, we bring also 30 STEM teachers and 25 school counselors. They are coming mostly from the same school, even being the teachers of the students being part of this program, because we make a parallel program, of course, mainly adapting for each of them the activities, but we have also intersection. So the teachers went there to see what their students are doing. So how they enjoy some programs and how they start to open when they are on the right framework. So what we succeed to see, not only happy students discovering what they like, but also intrigued teachers when they find out that somebody that never spoke to a Romanian class, very open, he was unstoppable in explaining what he was doing on the research project. So this is clearly something that they discover each other, let's say. The selection is important because we are not using the best, but we are using the ones that are interested and they have future plans. So we have a questionnaire quite well developed, we might say. And we also ask for a letter of recommendation from their teachers. As I mentioned before, it is they are coming somehow together in this journey. The core of the events are the research projects. So we group them on 4 main topics. They are quite large, but we can approach it with the consortium we have behind. So physics, chemistry, and engineering coming easily from our research domains, but also automation and digital technologies, natural and cultural heritage. And from this part, we are starting to approach another category of students that might not be so interested in science if you put it in front, but you can bring them to science if you attached some subject they are really wishing to go for. So natural and cultural heritage and science for society, and I will explain it later how. So the projects normally, you see, this is the environment they came in. There are research laboratories, large research laboratories that open for this event, but we also have, and we started with the first edition of the school, a Fab Lab. And I think you all know how suitable it is, this kind of environment, and all the common lecturers and projects. In fact, we don't have many lecturers, we have a lot of hands-on things. So they are doing here together. It is a general space, and we start year by year to put together resources and to equip with everything is needed. So there are only 2 pictures from the hands-on area and creativity area. Each year, also, we are using a central theme because we know learning need to be relevant for them. So these are the edition 2018, where we have a central theme about building a meteorological balloon equipped with all kinds of sensors and release it and do measurements. And this is the main thing that connect all the other projects. In 2019, we go to pollution. So we build instruments, devices, and we measure environmental parameters, and we do a lot of things with the measurements and represent it and compare it. This year, it was a very difficult one, of course, also for us. It was about the cultural heritage and how science can bring and support a preservation of cultural heritage. This is one picture to see how we succeed together to bring the concept to the scheme, and then what we succeed in the end together with the children. This is a balloon that we equipped and succeed to launch and have measurements. Going further, I just put here a small video, but I will, it is on mute because they are speaking here, and I use this opportunity just to not to translate, but just to show you, because of course this is the nice edition face-to-face, and just to see how they interact and how happy they are to be in such a shocking environment for them, because there are laboratories not easy to be seen by anyone. And here I must say that we also have a study, because 20% of them, they are coming from disadvantaged categories. So we also put this together to see how science can really help to be open, to be and to really bring social equality. So it's difficult, I must say. We are not easy. We are not teachers. Most of us, we are researchers, and I don't know. Maybe this is good because we are somehow eager to fight with the routine. So we are not bothered to do 2 weeks, only 2 weeks, and give our time to the students. But I don't know. Maybe also they don't feel that we react like teachers, and they want. That's why they open a lot to us. And here are only some images from different laboratories, but also activities. And they are so open to speak about what they really enjoy. And we are doing already a habit of having them speak before, during, and after. And if you do this and trace this evolution, because it's quite an evolution, I might say, for 2 weeks, you can see how they transform, or in fact, how they open, because they are like this. But they need this kind of environment, and they need this kind of people listen to them and answer to that question, most of the time quite important question. And I think this is what the school really offers. Contribution of science and technology to study and preservation of heritage. Again, it's a big science. It's a big subject. We choose it before the pandemic crisis, but it was good even for the online environment. And I will tell you why. These are the 16 project theme they need to choose from. They range from geologically mainly theme to historical, chemistry, physics mainly, but also we have cross-cutting themes such journalism, science journalism, entrepreneurship, and modern Arduino technologies. All of them really link to the central theme. And you can imagine this can be done really nicely. Because I'm coming from the earth science, I'm just pointing out how a project looks like. For example, we have 2 projects, the battle of frequency, signal versus noise, and they build devices and they record signal and noise, and they understand the difference between. Then what can seismic sensor reveal about the behavior of a building? And again, we are using sensor to monitor building, normal infrastructure, but also cultural heritage building. with the particularities and all the discussion behind this. As I told you, this was the difficult year of having an online school, but we didn't stop. So we sent a science project kit to them, to all of them. So 60 children receive it. And so we succeed to transform their home in laboratory as much as possible. So they are working remotely. You can see here my colleagues using a lot of devices and trying to explain how to assemble a seismic sensor. So they did this at home remotely. Of course, it was fun looking only at how many wires are in the bottom right image. You can imagine that we need to guide them to put each of the wire in the right place. And in the end, of course, it was fun if it was working or not. But again, it was difficult, but somehow really connecting us. Data-driven activities, being online, we really feel that is the moment to push more to informatics. So we use a lot of open source programs to read the data, analyze, and interpret. So it might seem difficult, but again, it is striking how used they are with this kind of tools. We didn't renounce to experiments. So in the kit, they have all they need to do experiments. And just giving some example, you see in the lower left image, it is a meteo station. They succeed to put it together from the elements we send it. So what they need to do is to measure the temperature, humidity, and all other parameters and send the data to us. Everything was linked, so they need to follow most of the lines to fulfill a mission. And here another example, how they monitor a planet, let's say. They need to build a planet, and we send them all the sensors they needed, and they put all the sensors at different depths. And so we start a discussion about how the planets are cooling. So they start also to explore planets. So a lot of things we succeed to do remotely, and it was quite fun for us and for them. As I mentioned, it is different because we propose the school as a journey. Being a journey, we have mission. So we have 4 missions for them, except for the project. 4 missions, for example, the first one, they receive a piece of ceramics, each of them, and together they need to build an artifact. So they need to connect among themselves and to ask themselves and put together this artifact and then find what kind of artifact it is. You see the picture here with a lot of bags that go to them and the small pieces they received. In the second mission, as I mentioned, they need to put together the station and to measure the parameters around their homes and to send the data. All the data go directly to a map, so they see directly what they are doing and how they are contribute with their measurements to the research, let's say. So building a map of the temperature at that hour, for example. The third mission is to make a documentary expedition. Normally we are doing this in a common trip when they are all together in Magurele. But now we use this opportunity and they did this expedition again around their homes. We are happy to have a lot of artifacts in Romania. So I didn't mention that the children are coming all over Romania, but they find really near a place to visit and document. It was not a picture to take, but also a file to complete. So they did they document like researchers do. So the fourth mission, because they need to make picture, and we really find out, and we are for sure they have very nice mobile phones with nice camera. So we thought, let's do also a photography contest. And what we find out that this is, of course, was not shocking, but these two interests come together most of the time. So enjoying cultural heritage, of course, you enjoy to make picture and to capture the images. So this is our only some picture, thematic pictures they made. Animals, it was, we use 4 categories. cultural heritage buildings, moments, snapshots with animals and landscapes. And here you can see one, I don't know how is the translation, but you need to do the picture to resemble with something very well known. It is here it's a paint. Okay, going further, normally we divide these 60 students in 4 categories. And here I link again with what Maria and the 2 others person asked about students. 20 students participate here, and we build for the students of course, something like a service learning service learning program. Mainly the students come from physics university and psychopedagogy. And the way we succeed to bring them without having a lot of money put in this chapter, let's say at the beginning, is asking teachers to have an internship or a paper or something they need to do in their university accepted like this service learning program. So they divide themselves and help us put this program together, and they are like mentors for high school students, and also make the link between them and us, because of course most of the researchers are around 50, maybe 40, 50. So high school students didn't start to speak once in the first second with us, but they start to speak with the students, and then from the students they start to open more also to the mentors. So they have a very important role. And here is just a mention about they need to build a flag. So they divided in 4 teams: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Of course, they are physics, from physics department. So they need to build a flag that really characterizes the team. And you can see here how different they are, but in the same time, how they use their abilities to build very nice thing and something that really spoke about them. Okay, so final, they need to present the project. For example, again, I'm speaking about the project that we proposed in 2019. This time, our National Institute, they need to build a lander and equip it with a lot of sensors, like the one from InSight mission, the one that went to Mars. So they build it, and they need to program a robotic arm, and they need to put the sensors on the soil and record there. And the most impressive thing is, if you see here, this is like the crime scene. I mean, at the beginning, they succeed to do this. It's like mapping everything they need to do and then start to do it. And it's quite impressive. And from that moment, we start to put this as a task for them. So please do the concept first, very illustrative like this one, and then let's go to work. So it was quite nice. And as you can see, the children here from my team, you see also my t-shirt, the colors are quite unique, let's say. I will not characterize. It's not pink, as my daughter was saying, it's magenta, yeah? Why we are choosing this kind of colors is because 60 students dressing colors like this in the community, they bring quite a colorful spot. Because we need to announce in the community about this initiative. We need to bring them in and say, okay, we have something quite nice that is happening in your community, and it's related with research, it's related with education. And you need to take into account for your children to track this kind of initiative and try to be part when it is time. So again, this is somehow going to the community aspect of the project. We didn't stop after finishing the summer school. So everything they do, they publish in a quite well-known publication from Magurele. It is a physics review, and we have a special edition with this with articles from them, helped by the mentors, about their projects. Of course, they are very impressed of having something even at that level in a research paper, and we succeed from 10 teams to have around 80 participants, because some of them didn't want to go further and maybe it's too much for them. But anyhow, this is the kind of initiative that really get the one who see research as a future career. And then we have Researcher Night. Each year we organize this. Until now in Romania, we are also in the consortium that get the funds from the European Union. But even if we don't have this project, we organize Researcher Night and we invite them together with us to speak to everybody about their project, but not only their project, because their projects start to be a research. So they start to be about to speak about research. And here you can see bringing the lander in, this is an open square and a lot of children coming there. And I must say they help us a lot because otherwise we are speaking something like 10 hours for children. But now with them together, we can stay in the back and just see them how they act and how they are so eager to speak about the research they put it together. So it's quite impressive. So, okay, that's all. I don't know if I succeed to, normally I'm not doing this. I'm not restricting myself to the time I am allowed to, but thank you for your attention. And hopefully it was something that it's interest also for the project.
We thank you, Dragos. Yes, you managed very well to go through all this very, very relevant initiatives and project for students. And again, I observe a lot of links with Pulchra. So please, the floor is yours, dear colleagues, dear participants. I see in the chat that Inese like it. Maybe Inese, you want to say a few words about your feedback?
I just enjoyed very much this presentation, and I think I had several things which I particularly liked, but one of this was that you make a parallel groups of students and teachers, and it was something I mentioned for me as a good idea, that especially that it's very useful for teachers to see how the students act in a different situation with different tasks, and maybe from this situation how they can use in their teachers in their teaching in a school. That was perfect. And everything else, building lander and something so fantastic things, it's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will bring also some more info about the teachers. So teachers, normally they are high school teachers, but some of them, even half of them, they are teaching also in secondary school. And what they succeed to do is to take the subject, because of course they have a lot of trainings, also hands-on, but also we propose to them, giving them resources, and propose to them to transform the subject and also apply it to a lower level, like secondary school. And they take just a small piece and say, oh, okay, this with the meteo station, yes, I think we can do it. And in the champions, as we name the school that succeed teachers and students, to go back in their school and propose a project that is supported by us, supported in the sense of mentorship and webinars, and propose a STEM project in their school. Most of them, they choose something like building a device and measuring parameters around and use it in the classroom for explaining something that it was already there, but now they have a different approach. So they succeed to do this. And again, I'm seeing the connection because, of course, it was not something that we proposed, but they came up with the idea. And you know for sure, if the teacher think it's good to do, then they will really push further. So if we are putting this kind of seeds in the summer school, and they build around initiatives, then they will go back in their school and for sure they will start something. And for example, now we have a network of teachers participating in the summer school that have seismograph and meteo station in their school and use the data mainly for explaining things but also for informatics to represent data. So again, this is something that came up, and it's also very important, and it's a component that we'll keep in our school.
Thank you, Dragos. I will enter into my role of also keeping the time. So I will take one more input from Carl, and then I propose to move to the last presentation.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Rather quickly, I saw that you are using Arduinos in your approach, and also air quality measurement devices. The first question is quickly. I would assume that your students were firstly exposed in your summer school with these. Did they continue in school with this? Did you provide them, let's say, a clear step-by-step manual, or were they developing that themselves? And the second question is quality control. How do you go about quality control?
So for the first question, so they continue to use it, and it is a mix. So we came with a step-by-step manual where is needed, but many of them, they start to be even better than us, really better than us. So what
this is also my experience.
Exactly.
I can second that.
What we are doing is just encourage them and think, of course, you do wonderful things. Just try to show also to your colleagues. And they start to build around, again, a group of people and being more involved. So this is a mix, and we give them support. But in this case, Arduino and building devices, they really manage it. In the second, about the quality control, of course, we are interested also to have good measurements. And what we succeed to do is to support them build this device that, of course, is not benchmarked and cannot be used properly. And if we try to explain something, they will ask, okay, but I see the temperature outside is like this. Why am I showing some different things? So we're putting aside with a professional or a semi-professional one. And we explain and use this opportunity to explain the difference between what we are building ourselves and this level, because I think it's also dangerous to give them the feeling that research and really professional is that easy to get. So that's why we put this together.
No, I think this notion of quality control is actually a competence which we need to instill on the students. Never trust a digital measurement unless you have controlled it somehow. And this quality, this competence, I think, is something that you can particularly do well with these Arduino devices and the collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are any other quick reactions.
I'm trying to say only a few words. Dragos, nice to seeing you, to meeting you. Happily, we have this chance. I heard about you from Roxana, but it was today I learned the lesson that it is not enough only to speak about people, you have to meet them. So I'm happy that we found out, to get all of us, about your work. And from our side, Pulchra Romania National Center, we are going to bother you with some further collaboration, because all these nice things you told us brought me in the position to see how we can develop further with our Pulchra teams. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so now I have the great pleasure to introduce Dr. Nectaria. In the morning, I think I was wrong with your second name. I said Adactilu. I don't know if it is correct or not, but I hope you excuse me this error, because what is important, Nectaria, is that you are here with us from a long distance, but offered to our event really an international dimension. And we are looking forward for a presentation. You as a full product of Globe community, as you were a graduate student, a member of the Globe team, a trainer, also point of contact for science in Globe Greece, but also assessing Globe Mission Earth. So a huge experience, and we are looking forward to share for your sharing with us today. Please.
Thank you, Cyprian. Thank you for the nice introduction. I'm very happy to be with all of you and to see some familiar faces this morning for me, afternoon for you, and it's very nice to meet you all. So the truth is, I wear 3 different hats, as I would say. I originally come from Greece, first of all, but for the past 6 years, I have been in the United States. I work at West Virginia University as a remote sensing scientist, and I also have a long-term experience, as Cyprian said, in Globe. I assume everyone is familiar with Globe, but really quickly, it is a science and education, international science and education program that brings together students, teachers, citizen scientists with scientists to take measurements about the environment and to explore the environment. And for the past 5 years, walking into the 6th year now, I have been the external evaluator for Globe Mission Earth. Globe Mission Earth is a sister program to Globe, and the aim here is to combine Globe and NASA resources to support STEM education in the K through 16 continuum. So for elementary, middle, high school, but also for undergraduate and graduate students. So with that, let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to show where I'm situated in West Virginia and really quickly some views of this state, which is sometimes called almost heaven. It's a really beautiful place. And this is a section of West Virginia University. So getting to our topic, I just wanted to provide very briefly some context that what we really want as scientists and science educators primarily is to be able to educate all students in science and engineering, and then provide the foundational knowledge for those who want to become scientists, engineers, technologists, and technicians of the future. So as you all know, there is being a big shift from the traditional science learning and teaching and learning that puts the lecturer or the instructor in the center of the process to a different approach that puts the learner in the center of the approach. So what we have in the center is science investigation. And when it comes to engineering, it could also be engineering design. So we're no longer looking at the lecture, discussion, work in the classroom, use your textbook, and then, if possible, go to the lab, do a lab report, and then have your test, which of course gives us the knowledge of vocabulary, facts, and concepts if everything works well. But we are looking at the teacher being a facilitator in the classroom. The teacher guiding the students, and then the students being able to ask their questions, have the data and resources that they need, have a sense-making discussion so that they know that what is being discussed is relevant and why it is happening and how it applies to everyday life. Have the students learn to work together in groups, engage in argument from evidence, and then have the assessment as an embedded process throughout all this education process. So this is a three-dimensional, as the National Academies of Sciences call it, student learning to make sense of the natural world and the engineering world. Now, today I'm going to discuss some promising practices in science education as I have seen from my participation in GLOBE-related activities with different initiatives and at different scales. One is quite relevant to what Dragos discussed in his presentation, so it has to do with project-based teaching and learning. I would like to present some results that we've had from the GLOBE program. And the other one is phenomenon-based teaching and learning. This is a newer approach that stemmed from an educational reform in Finland in 2015-2016, and is becoming, seems to be very, very promising in this domain. So starting with the projects and the students' participation in them, what we have seen that students gain when they are engaged in projects is, first of all, they become familiar with the process and the steps of science. They develop critical thinking, problem solving. They are able to work in groups. Teamwork is very important. And they also have the opportunity to communicate their results to their peers and to other audiences. So about project-based learning in GLOBE, I'm sorry, I'm getting some signals here that my connection is not very good. We'll see how this works. Getting to GLOBE, GLOBE provides the opportunity for students to present their projects every year in two different venues, if you want. One is the Student Research Symposia that happens for the students in the United States. And the other one is the International Virtual Science Fairs for all the international students to submit their work. With the evaluation group, we performed a study in 2016, and one of the questions we asked the teachers was, do your students actually use the data they collect for science projects or studies during the school year? And 325 teachers responded. 79% out of them were positive and said that this data was actually used to create some projects. 61% said that their students used science projects, used the data for science projects of short duration, 37% for projects that lasted for 6 months or more. 36% said that their projects had to do with community awareness issues, which is very important because we have the involvement of the community and the interaction of the students for issues that are important to the community. And then 35% projects were used for science fairs. Now, I would like to present this slide. Just give me a second because I'm having... I apologize for this, but I'm not able to...
Don't worry. It's, take your time. We can see it and hear you very well.
I'm not able to see my screen properly, so okay, there we go. Perfect. Sorry about that. So I would like to present some data that we got back from the Student Research Symposia in 2019. So we had 261 students participating, 66 teachers, from 49 schools and 26 states. It's interesting to look into the statistics we got back. The largest percentage of students were in grades from 10 to 12. The majority of students were girls. Students were diverse in race and ethnicity. And the teachers most frequently described the school communities as urban and suburban, which is also relevant to the theme of your workshop. I particularly wanted to say some things about responses we got from the students with respect to how they felt their self-efficacy change. changed, because it's very important to know when you're preparing something for someone to know what their perception is, because sometimes that's very different from the provider's perception. So if you look at these points here, if you look at these items, and I can say that what we're seeing here is the percent of students that agree with the statements that you see on the screen, and you see the pre and post test. You can see the increase in each one of the categories having to do with being able to learn new things in science, being able to ask good questions, to do science research, being able to interpret data in science research, and be able to conduct peer review of other students' science research. So it's really important to see how the students themselves do think that this process is actually allowing them to acquire skills and to improve their abilities in the area of science. And just a clarification here that you see all the positive responses. So the percentage of students that either strongly agreed or agreed with these statements. Now, I would also like, in the same area of project-based learning, to provide some feedback from the Globe Mission Earth program. As I mentioned earlier, this is a sister program to Globe. It is NASA funded for a number of years, which gives us the possibility to work more in depth with what we want to do. This is our reach map for the program. We have 4 different groups that are collaborating with this, and this is the University of Toledo, where our principal investigator, Professor Kevin Tchaikovsky, is. We also have Boston University, Wested UC Berkeley, and Tennessee State University. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm the external evaluator for Globe Mission Earth. So with respect to Globe Mission Earth, what is done is that there's a cohort of teachers that are selected. These teachers get some stipends for their participation in the program. The groups work to create developmentally appropriate materials, so different materials for different age groups that are used in the program and that are based on Globe and NASA resources. Then at all sites, they offer professional development sessions for the teachers. It's very important here to point out that we primarily work in high need areas where students are underrepresented and underserved, and many of those areas are urban areas for the program. There is continuing support and mentoring throughout the implementation phase. And another important element of this program is that we have the engagement and the involvement of subject matter experts. Subject matter experts are people from NASA, but also from other organizations, universities, and others that interact with students and their teachers in their areas of expertise. For example, I am the external evaluator for Globe Mission Earth, but I have also participated as a subject matter expert in this program. So you also see on the slide that for the 5 years of implementation of the program, we have had 295 teachers that were trained. We had more than 15,000 students up to ages 17 or 18 years old that were involved in some way. 178 undergraduate students that did projects using Globe and NASA resources. And we also had 148 subject matter experts involved. So if you look at the graph, you can see that we started with 78 projects for elementary, middle, and high school students in the first year. And then the program had a very good momentum, growing every year and reaching 470 projects in the previous year. Now, this running year was, of course, very challenging for all. We had a number of projects that started but were never completed. Still, we had 40 projects where students and teachers were able to complete their work. We do have a very, I would say, robust evaluation scheme or evaluation framework for Globe Mission Earth. One of the evaluation tools that we use is a project rubric that helps us better document and assess the work that the students are doing. So we would like to go beyond knowing how many projects were done and digging a little bit more into what has been done and how the quality of these projects can be assessed. This is a picture of some of the events that were previously taking place when we could all go to meetings and with some subject matter experts. I would also like to take a few minutes to show you some testimonials from teachers and students. At the end of the school year, we do interviews with the teachers, and we also do interviews with the students who participate in several events. So this is what some of the teachers are saying for their participation in GLOBE and for the projects in specific. And if you look at what they're saying, it's very important for the students to be outside. It's very important for the students to actively do science instead of just reading about it. And another important element is that a STEM learning ecosystem is built in this effort. So families are involved and also the local community is involved. Another thing which is very important to students now is that they are able to interact with real scientists. And of course, NASA is a very fascinating brand for everyone. So it's very, students become very enthusiastic when they see that actual scientists are going to look into their work and provide their feedback and go into their classrooms and act as role models. Another interesting point coming up from the students is that the participation in projects gives them the opportunity to develop skills and also to understand the process of science. And finally, these two comments, which I also think are important. The fact that students are able to work together is very much appreciated, and the fact that they're given the opportunity to travel, to meet other students, and to present the work that they have done. And I will finish this short section saying that this last comment is, I think, extremely important. Some of the students said, doing projects, we are having interesting and authentic experiences, because we see in several studies that students seem to be chronically disengaged at school and sometimes with science. So giving the students the incentives and the opportunity to feel motivated and to feel they're participating in something broader is very important. And I will go to the second section of this presentation, saying a few things about phenomenon-based learning. As I mentioned earlier, this started in Finland in 2015, 2016 at an education reform. The idea here is that the instructor will select and present some phenomena, and then will try to engage the students in making sense of what these phenomena are, using some guided questions and also using some observations. And to provide some background for those of you that may not be familiar, when somebody is making the selection of the phenomena, they need to consider what is the student's background, what is their knowledge, what are their perspectives, where they are, so what is the local context, and also trying to find phenomena that they assume are likely to match their students' interests. When delivering the class, the important thing is to encourage as many questions as possible that can drive the learning process, to promote personal relevance so as to keep the students engaged, to present appropriately challenging material, and also situate the investigations in socially and culturally appropriate contexts. This is very important, especially for some societies where there is important diversity in the synthesis of the students in the classrooms. And then when assessing the student's work, one should not just give tests, but help the students to reflect on their learning and the process, and share everybody's ideas with each other in a meaningful and respectful way. And I wanted to present an example so as not to be speaking theoretically. This is from a case study that happened for Earth Observation Day. There's a typo there, which was funded by West Virginia View a few years ago. West Virginia View is part of America View. America View is a large organization that wants to promote the use of Landsat and other public domain remote sensing data for research, but also for education. So I was invited as a member of the GLOBE community and as a member of the faculty of the university, of course, to talk to elementary school students. We are talking about second and third graders, very young students, in my opinion, the toughest audience, to talk about what remote sensing is and how we can use remote sensing to monitor the urban heat island effect. These were some of the materials I had prepared for this occasion, so that the students would understand what their city looks like on a map, what it would look like on a satellite image, and then what would be the map of a surface temperature depiction of the broader area. This was a very interesting experience, and this is the teaching and learning progression that I used for that matter. So initially, have teachers ask, students ask their own questions, then have all the supporting materials so as to be able to provide some answers for the teachers, for the students' questions. The students went out and took some surface temperature measurements using the GLOBE protocol, the respective GLOBE protocol, and infrared thermometers. They worked on their data, which was really interesting, and it was a great surprise for me because I had initially thought it might have been somewhat challenging for them, but they did a great job. And then through the discussions over their field work, on a second time where I met with the students, we were able to talk about the urban heat island, what it is, and talk about how it can affect everyday life. These are some examples of student work. So you can see that although they were very young, they were able to sketch their test sites, they were able to create tables, they were able to calculate averages, they were able to understand what's the difference between an exposed, for example, and a shaded area, or the different materials that they were looking at. And I wanted to present some results from a survey that I prepared and delivered to the students to see what their impression was out of this whole activity. So if you look at the results here, you will see that the majority of the students are positive for all four statements, which are, I would like to learn more about remote sensing and its applications. The hands-on component, which is taking measurements with the infrared thermometer, was very important in helping me understand the topic of the activity. The activity helped me better understand my local environment, and the activity made me think that it is important to know about science in my everyday life. So I think these are very important indications of the things that we can do with students from very young ages to ensure that they will remain engaged in science and that they will understand the relevance of what they're learning in the classroom. There's a relevant publication for anyone who is interested, and it will be in the slides if you would like to see some more detail about that. Now, phenomenon-based learning is becoming very popular here. NASA is strongly embracing it. GLOBE is also embracing it. And I've added here an example of some tips for phenomenon-based learning having to do with the atmosphere piece of GLOBE, which is really good work that has been produced by a number of great colleagues from UCAR. And you can find the link here if it would be of interest for you to explore this more. And I would also like to say a few things for this specific group of urban students, because urban students are different since the synthesis of the classrooms is different, and since these students also live in a different environment. So what we have seen from a number of studies, a number of efforts, and this is something that we have strongly seen in Globe Mission Earth, is that the extra challenges that one has to deal with in urban science education have to do with lack of resources, particularly here in the US for inner city schools, and also the non-equitable distribution of resources. We have seen that there's a shortage of qualified teachers. Then there are challenges that are linked to the diversity and social and cultural differences in the classrooms, and also inappropriate curricula oftentimes. And I just wanted to provide this as more food for thought. This is a fairly new framework that is making its appearance almost everywhere here in NASA, in the universities. It's being considered in schools now. It's called Universal Learning Design, or you would hear it both ways, Universal Design Learning. This is a framework to improve and to optimize teaching and learning for all the students, for all the learners, based on scientific data as to how humans learn. It can be applied in any discipline or domain. And the goal here is to try to ensure that all the learners will have access to meaningful learning opportunities. Just a few things about the main principles of UDL. This framework suggests that there are ways to provide multiple means of engagement for the learners. So this would be the why of learning, of representation of the information so that it is understood by all, given their environments and their contexts. This would be the what of learning. And finally, action and expression, the how of learning, how we can provide the students or the learners in general with different possibilities to show what it is that they have learned. And being respectful of time, I think I will stop here. I will thank you for your attention and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Nectaria. It was a very, very complex presentation, very, very useful from the point of view of the questions that we have and the discussion that we have within Pulchra. So from this point of view, I'm sure that you will forgive us for not maybe reacting to all of this, because we still need to process. And we kindly ask you to share with us the presentation if possible.
Yes, absolutely.
As you said, there are also some links to very useful additional resources, and also you captured very well the main messages that are important. So, my dear colleagues, the floor is yours. Until someone breaks the ice.
Well, I have to.
Yeah, please.
Nectaria, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, it was very interesting. The whole presentation was very interesting, and very interesting, very pertinent information was provided. I was very much interested from the slide about the urban environment and the assessment that you gave. Can you upload that again once?
Is this the one you're referring to, Kostas?
Yes, this one. I was surprised, especially for the for number 2, shortage of qualified teachers, and the fourth one, inappropriate curricula. Can you please exemplify a little bit more about this? I mean, why do you think that there's a shortage, and why do you think that the curricula is inappropriate? Is it because it's not tailored to urban, or because terminologies are not, and phenomena are not related to the city environment? For instance, the heat capacity or the transfer of heat, which are being taught in schools? Is it because there's no link or because there's no material in the curriculum?
Yes, so that's a good question. It's a very challenging area. We have seen in, especially in Globe Mission Earth, but there are lots of studies for the urban areas in the United States in general. Number two is actually quite prevalent. The science education of teachers in the United States is, I would say, quite different from the science education that we are thinking in most European countries and in most European systems. So oftentimes the teachers do not have the necessary science background to comprehend the materials that are related to the science topics. I know this may sound bizarre, but it's actually very true. We have seen this in Globe as well. We oftentimes get, I wouldn't say complaints, but I would say get questions or suggestions about modifying the materials that we offer for Globe and making the language more relevant for students, or providing more explanation so that the teachers can actually understand the material well and the processes, and then use them with their students. So there is a shortage of qualified teachers in that respect. There's also a different thing here in the US. Teachers do not necessarily want to stay working in urban environments for a long time. If they work in areas that are in districts that are high need, many of them want to leave. So we may start working with a teacher, for example, and in 3 or 4 months, he's gone somewhere else. So there is a discontinuity problem here. And that also is an issue that has to do with the shortage of qualified teachers. Now, with respect to your other question about inappropriate curricula, I would say it's both the issues you said. So sometimes the language is not appropriate for the students in urban areas. And I will give you an example coming from Globe Mission Earth here. We use a special abilities test, special skills test for the students. And we have been told that students in urban areas cannot relate to some of the questions because they live in a different environment. So this would be an example where you would have to change the curriculum there language-wise. But there's also, here in the US, there is not a national curriculum, as you may know. So different states, different states basically use their own curricula, and the teachers can make some choices in that respect. So sometimes those choices are not the appropriate ones to have the students interested and really feel that what they're doing is relevant.
Thank you, Nectaria. Very good. Thanks.
Welcome.
Please, if there are any other quick reactions or comments.
I actually would have a question. Good to see you, Nectaria.
Great to see you too, Carl.
Actually, with COVID-19, I have the feeling, and I think this is also backed with data, that the inequalities actually increase. And here's my question. From these citizen science or the general projects, Globe, Pulka, and so forth, what can we actually, are there any efforts, let's put it this way, to counteract these inequalities through measures such as individual learning or whatever measures there are, since I think this is a very important issue to address in the future, since I'm fearful that that does not go away, this inequality, and it might even increase. And we need to look at this issue. Do you have any experience from the Globe perspective towards that?
I think that's an excellent question, Carl. The truth is that these inequalities became so profoundly evident due to the pandemic.
Yes.
And we all struggled very much with a number of things, from practical things having to do with not all students having access to the internet, which is a very basic thing. But we found out, because we tried to reach out to the students and to the teachers primarily, that there were also other things that we were not seeing, like having to do with socioeconomic situations existing in student houses and situations that we would have not really thought of. So the thing is, we were unprepared, as you know, for such a kind of thing to happen, and we tried to react very quickly. One thing that we did was to try to establish as close a communication as possible with the teachers. That was not always possible with the students. Provide some kits, as I believe Dragos mentioned this earlier, provide some kits for students to work at home. The assessment piece of it was extremely challenging though, Carl. It was very challenging because it was very hard to get the students and the teachers to work on something during the year, let alone ask them to complete any assessment forms or any tests. So one thing we found that was very useful was to organize virtual events where we could ask the students and their teachers to join and they present their thoughts, their ideas, or their work on whatever they had been working on. So we are certainly considering this because I too agree with you that we might have to live with this for quite a long time. So we need to be better prepared. And we are trying to see what we can develop on the assessment side of it, if it has to be individual learning, as you said. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There isn't anything that has been developed yet, because primarily because, as I said, we were caught unprepared for this. But we are definitely working on this and considering this moving forward.
I wasn't really hoping for, let's say, the key to that question and the solution to it. I was more fishing for approaches, but I think we are all in the same boat on this, trying to figuring out what to do about these inequalities. And I think one thing is very key: access. How do we access these groups? This appears to me also in Globe and also in what I see around in my environment. We typically access those who are easily to access. Yes, and not those who are in need, because they are often more difficult to access and to get at. So
yes, no, I think that's a key point, Carl. One thing I have to say that works fairly well here with respect to access was that there were some organizations who were very active in providing internet access to students, in communicating with student groups and seeing if they would cover their needs. And that would be at the state level or in smaller levels from organizations that were sensitive to this issue and tried to be helpful. But still, this was not, a concerted effort. So it relies on everybody's, initiative and readiness to act.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Nectaria. If there are no other pressing questions at this stage, I propose you a small interactive moment, because it was a long day with not less than 6 keynote presentations, and each covering very, very important areas related to education methods and to what specific projects can do to influence the way we teach science education in primary, secondary, and even tertiary levels. The proposal for you is the following: reflecting on everything that happened to you today, if there was supposed to choose only one word to capture the magic and the complexity of this day, please share with us what would be that word, and write it down in the chat of our Zoom. Ideally also with your name. So we will save this and we will have a less than ordinary way of getting your feedback from everything that happened today in our community. The only rule is to try to capture in only one word everything that happened to you from the morning session to this moment. Good. So I see the most of you found the necessary inspiration to put in only one word. So actually, this is one of the key concepts of today, inspiring and inspirational. And also, we have connecting, we have thought-provoking, we have communicate science, support, hopeful, and hope, breaking boundaries, sharing, food for thought, linking, interactions, grateful, motivating, motivational, open-minded, new ideas, full of shared experience and engaging, educational, and also togetherness. Open mind, open schooling. So it was provocative, but on the same time I see that words are just showing up. Availability of science, open schooling. So we cover very well not only the content of these presentations, but a bit of the atmosphere, of the nice atmosphere. And I know some of you already worked together before in other projects, or for some it was completely a new word. But my impression is that we managed to have this meeting in a very friendly atmosphere, and I think everybody who attended took from here important ideas for the current work, and after all, this is the major satisfaction. So I join Eleni and also thanking you for being here and for contributing to our event. Kostas, we promise that the next time we'll do it better. But also things that are not, extremely detailed prepared also have their charm because they allow for a bit of, spontaneity. So yeah, the floor is yours for the last feedback, please. So I invite you, Gabriela, Kostas, the closing words, and also for the next steps.
Okay, I can say a couple of words. First of all, I think that the presentations were all excellent, and we all gained a lot of new knowledge about things that are going on in Europe and in the States. And despite the fact that we have been already collaborating in the past, as Cyprian has said, I think that we have found out that there is space for new ideas for collaboration. I liked very much the idea of linking schools with universities so as to establish a smooth transition between the two levels of education. But there were also many other ideas which were very supportive of what we are doing in Pulchra. Saying this, I think it was a very valuable event. I would like to thank very much our Romanian partners from Bucharest. They promised to have us there, but they didn't deliver the promise. There's no excuse about COVID. You should have taken care about COVID and let us be in lovely Bucharest. But the future is in front of us, so we will have more chances to collaborate on other issues and have the chance to meet in person in Bucharest. So I would like to thank them very much for the organization, Gabriela and Cyprian, and for leading this event, which is an important event for Pulchra, taken that we have discussed so many new items and old items about educational methods. And thank you very much to all for the participation. It has been a long day. You had excellent presentations, interventions, and this seems to be the atmosphere of a very lively project, of a very lively family with respect to education. Thank you very much once again to all, to Cyprian and to Gabriela and Cyprian.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you, because you are here today. We had the chance to see each other, and we want to see you in Bucharest. So next time, next project, who knows?
Yeah. Thank you also, Professor Kartalis and all the team from Athens. They contributed a lot to the success of this event. There are a lot of things that you can't see it from the first sight, but they are very important. And also to our colleagues Miruna and Cornel, who help us also with the YouTube broadcast and with all the technical details. Hopefully, the internet god was on our side today, so we didn't have any major interruption. We were prepared for a plan B, but it was not the case, so we could be easily in contact. So once again, we are looking forward hearing from you and being in contact. We promise that we will share with you, on the one hand, a short document with the profile of all the key speakers. It would be nice to have it before, but now that you already had the presentations, it will be easier for you to associate the faces and the presentations with the names in the document. And also we will collect from our colleagues all the presentations. So we will attach to the next communication messages to you. Thank you once again for everything, and looking forward to see you again. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes.